I want you and that young man to tie that knot. I'm gonna pray for you. And I want you to hold on to God's unchanging hand, because he helped Joshua fight the battle of Jericho.
It's
Yes.
the O
He
dot
helped
N
Daniel
dot
get
E
out the
dot
lion's
period.
den. He helped Gilligan get off the island.
Let me get straight to the business. Yeah. Got them lions in the building. Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. Why you lying to the children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I've been to bed. Man, they know they no contest. Yahuwah, he do the bled. We will not see you tomorrow. Cause you cannot go to Thora. All the sons and all the daughters. Standing hard with big daughters. But my son, he made me Taurus. On that line, I'm still a Taurus. Karate kicking Chuck Norris, 4-5 on my waist. If he started, will not hesitate to get retarded. Oh Lord, he ain't got a PowerPoint, he forest. He running to the hills like a Philistine. Jihad hitting Hamites with the guillotine. Situation turned up with the ratchet team. JJ 7000 to the bait me. I know them haters gon' hate me, but he won't debate me. Pistol off safety. He respond, come wake me. If I don't get up, nigga shake me. If he don't show up, then he fake G. I touch down and make these nigga nuts hate me. Dear brother. Ballin' and crawling all the way from H-Time. Let me get straight to the business. Man, them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Why you lying to them children? You gon' cry, you gon' get it. Me, I'm like a frog, nigga, ribbit. Of course, it's in the spirit. I just got the Porsche, she can steer it. Mito got the raw, shack and will it. Lamborghini doors, you better not spill it. Mama's high, say I'm more than just a villain. Mama's cry, arms open wide for her children. Suicide, immortalized as the realest, yeah. Death by cut, black suicide. Let me get straight to the business. Got them lions in the building. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. Why you lying to them children? Yeah. RIGHTEOUS. Man, you know I be there. Yeah. Man, they know they no contest. Yeah. Yahuwah, he do the bled. Wow, what's that? Why didn't take it over? Number one debate league, you heard me? When it's up, it's stuck. I'm stepping on everything, nigga. Metaphorically, of course.
Well, all right. Putting it down for you and yours as always. This is the Lion's Den. And this is the segment titled The Conversation Continues, talking about what's on your mind. And we're your host, the seventh dancer, Lady Karima. And of course, you got me, Brother Mala Akaya, aka Baby Hebrew, putting it down for you and yours. Unapologetically, we say and give honor to the Lord in Christ, from whom all positive thoughts flow. And tonight, I want to dedicate this particular segment to a dear friend of mine who I lost a couple of years back, the legendary Fat Man Scoop, a New York legend, Schaumburg, 110th Street, 111th Street, 110th Street legend, Fat Man Scoop, who we knew back in the day as Scoop. And to this day, I still don't know Scoop's real name. We always knew him as Scoop because he was always here, there, everywhere, and loved by so many because he was a sweet spirit. Of course, he was loved by many, hated by a lot, but still he was loved by a great many. So I dedicate this, particular segment tonight to the legend of Fat Man Scoop. Moving on. Again, we thank you for allowing us to come into your homes, your minds, souls, and cipher. If you're out there on the night shift working and you're taking time out to listen to us, welcome, welcome, welcome. For those of you coming in from a hard day's work and you're relaxing and unwinding, put the kids to sleep, or maybe you done had your dinner and you just want to just sit back and listen to what you need to be hearing, a nice little sedative for your head, some spiritual food for thought. Well, you're tuned into the right place. And of course, when you roll with us, we come with the 7 eyes, the formula that makes this conversation or any conversation that we engage in always pleasant. And that is intelligence, integrity, inspiration, influence, independence, insight, and information. Also, when you roll with the lions, you're going to be rolling with the pride, right? Because we're always permanently ready and destroying evil, starting with our own. See, we don't walk around with no high, mighty, or super Israelite or any super anything on as far as our personas are concerned. When it comes to myself, seventh answer, and when he returns, JT Raw, what you see is what you get. We don't put on no airs. We're comfortable in our skin, and we're comfortable who we are. So, in all that, we're one of the many factions of the anti-coon movement. And what's a coon? A complete, obvious, obedient, yes, a boss, nigga. See, ain't no buck dancing, no bedwenching, no pickaninnies, okay? Ain't no fiddler and any other, Sambo, Steven from Django. None of that. We don't do that here. No. Coons have got to go. And of course, this is also the home of point and counterpoint. Sometimes we may not see eye to eye. We may not always agree. And so we go into what is called point, counterpoint, which is another way of saying a debate. But it's a healthy discussion. Debates are good things because you know why? They keep everyone honest, everyone on their toes, and always fact-finding. Making sure your I's are dotted and your T's are crossed. And when you put the letters I and T together, you get the word it. And it's important to study for yourself. It's important to make sure you check out everything that you ever hear. It's important to make sure that you don't let anyone tell you about you, as Malcolm X always used to say. And of course, the Lion's Den, helmed by the seventh answer. Lady Karima is the premier truthality social media platform. See, we don't have any sponsors breathing down our backs, telling us what we can and cannot say. We don't depend on no one for our daily bread, but our good Lord who give us what we need and not what we want. So we can sit up here and be liberated moderators and say what needs to be said, when it should be said, and how it should be said. And stone cold truth. Nothing more, nothing less. Therefore, we follow the premise of the Holy Father, when he says in Isaiah 41 and 21 through 24, that's chapter 41, verses 21 through 24. Let me be more precise. Produce your cause. So we're going to produce every piece of evidence, every piece of information that makes up our opinion. Because that word opinion has become so misconstrued. People just think that you can just saying whatever they want to say is their opinion. Here it is, you can have 100 people saying the sky's blue. Here come that one person. Well, I think the sky's green. Why do you think the sky's green? That's just my opinion. That's not an opinion. That's a blanket, dumb, unfounded statement. when you look up the word opinion, an opinion is actually, when used properly, an opinion is when you make a statement that can be proven, that is shown to be reality. You know, if you have a doctor, he or she gives their opinion on cancer because they're a cancer specialist. There are authorities in the subject matter. Or as we are liberated moderators, when we make any statements about anything on a spiritual, intellectual, social, political, economic, or military ways and means, we come with solid proofs, thus making our opinion solid, not blanket dumb statements that are unfounded. That's not an opinion. That's just somebody being stupid for the sake of being stupid. Moving on. And therefore, we follow 1 Thessalonians 5, the 5th chapter, verse 21 in the Bible. Be ready, willing, and able to prove all things. Prove all things. Prove everything that you say. And hold fast to that which is good. Now, of course, I always want to make it known that the seventh answer and myself, as currently we are the dynamic duo, we always share our sympathies and empathies to any of you out there that have a hard time with the truth. If you have a hard time with reality, we give you our deepest sympathies because we're not going to compromise it for nobody. So what you could do right now, if you can't handle the truth, you don't like facts, you can skedaddle, vamoose, leave, break out, okay? Because you will not be missed. Trust. And last but not least, in the house rules set forth by Lady Karima, we also have I Am Manna, who put forth a couple of principles in regards to when you enter the lion's den. And that is, wipe your feet, mind your manners, conduct yourself in an orderly manner, and enjoy yourself. Because if at any given time you get out of line, if you get out of pocket in any way, shape, or form, oh, the seventh answer, she gonna kick you up out of here with the QU Ignis, break you down like physical fitness, hit you with so many spiritual lyrical combinations, not even Jehovah will witness. Okay, and all I'm gonna do is stand back and watch because you deserve it. Because see, if we are his hospitable host, we're not gonna let you come up in here and be rude guest. All right, so now, as we get ready for takeoff, here on the Lion's Den, the conversation continues. You will enjoy while in flight the following subject matters we're going to talk about tonight. We're going to pick up and recap the tragic case of former Louisiana State football star Kyren Lacy. We're going to be talking about also Mingo Damon Allen, the case of Mingo Damon Allen. Okay, we're going to be talking about Demetrius Moore. We're also going to be covering also a whole host of, oh yeah, and if Big Mississippi should come up in here, oh, as promised, we're going to go into the whole breakdown and destruction of this myth of black on black crime. And we're going to cover so many other subject matters, bar none. So with that being said, we're now lined up by the seventh answer to take off on runway 8. And when you turn 8 sideways, you get the sound of infinity because we go on and on to the break of dawn. And with that, we are now taking off. And the first thing on my mind as the conversation continues, We're going to talk about Kyron Lacy. Now, for those who tuned into our last presentation, tick, 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 boom, anarchy. We went deep, deep, deep into the corruption and the chicanery and evil done by one Tyler Warner, so-called Officer Tyler Warner of the Louisiana Police Department, who, along with the Crooked District Attorney, took it upon themselves to frame Mr. Kyron Lacy, who unfortunately suffered a severe mental breakdown with his brand destroyed, his name destroyed. Okay? Everything around him crumbling. And unfortunately, he couldn't keep it together mentally. And in a panic, he panicked and lost himself and succumbed to dark forces and wound up killing himself. All right? I'm not with all this unaliving and all that. He committed suicide, killed himself after being wrongly, falsely accused, deliberately, intentionally. All right? Thus, tonight's show title, Tick, Tick, the clock is still ticking. It's about to explode. Things are about to explode out here. So we're going to talk about Kyron Lacy, because you know what? Yours truly, in the seventh answer, like I said, we always digging. We always busy. And I forgot in the intro. Oh my goodness, how could I forget? When you tune in here with us, you're going to also be hit with Virgo energy, because we are political, analytical, critical, but we always strive never to be hypocritical. We always digging. So now I went digging, and apparently the Louisiana PD, the same lousy, inept, corrupt, and I'm going to say demonically corrupt police department. This is not the first time they've been in hot water. And it would appear that Tyler Warner, Officer Tyler Warner, if you want to give him that, it's not the first time, or he's just a product of an already foul and filthy womb. Because I went back and discovered back in 2022, this same Louisiana Police Department was brought under investigation by the United States Department of Justice for racially biased policing, which also involved, check this out, falsifying crash reports, hiding video evidence, rewriting legal reports involving Black people, and also questionable killings of Black people. So, they've been on the hawk by the United States Department of Justice since 2022, or even before that. And then you had a couple of officers. Here's some of the officers that were brought under investigation in that time frame. You have one officer, Dakota Moss, John Clary, Chris Harpin, Corey York, John Peters, and one James, Jaminski. Okay, yeah, you get it, right? And there were others, but they were brought under the microscope of examination because of blatant report falsification, accident reports, and other criminal misconduct, malfeasance, and dereliction of their duties. So they've been framing people since some years ago. All right. And now also, albeit we know that Kyron Lacy did indeed commit suicide, unfortunately. We would still be remiss if we didn't mention that in the same Houston, Harris County, they too have also been under investigation for police misconduct involving, that's right, Black folks who died under mysterious circumstances. Now, of course, in this particular instance, Mr. Lacy took his own life, but still, he died in Harris County, Houston. All right, the same Houston, the same county, in the same location that you have about now as it stands, 15 murders, 15 unsolved murders, a serial killer that's been killing Black women in the majority, and yet, what's his name? What's the governor's name? I forgot his name that quick. He's in the wheel. Oh my God. It'll come to me. But anyway, the governor and all the legislative board and everyone out down there do not want to declare they have a serial killer on their hands. But the point I'm raising is that Kyron Lacy's death could have been avoided if the United States Department of Justice truly did their job in overall eliminating the problem with this Louisiana Police Department permanently. See, the problem, this is the thing that gets my goat and gets my ire. A fancy way of saying my temper. It be having my temper flaring to go ebonic. Here it is. These are problems that have been transpiring, going on since some of us who are Gen X, since we were children. And now here we are having to inherit problems that should have been solved decades ago. But apparently, all the different departments of justice and so on and so forth, all they do is just do an investigation. They might sacrifice a few hogs, but they don't eliminate and eradicate the problem permanently. Because why? Is it because they're good old boys? They know. Oh, wait, you better yet, could it be those investigators in these departments are the Grand Dragon and Grand Wizards of the Ku Klux Klan and other neo-Nazi hate groups that have infiltrated the rank and file of the police department? Because you know what? 9 years ago, 2016, in March of 2016 to be exact, the FBI had said that they were quietly investigating the possibility that neo-Nazi and Ku Klux Klan, come on, man, stop. They know they've been in the rank and file. They've always been in the rank and file of the police department. You think all these shooting and killings of unarmed Black men, women, and children in particular is just done in a vacuum? And for the most part, they always get away with it? They've been there. But the FBI in 2016 released a report they were quietly investigating. Well, we're loudly here on the Lions Den saying, yo, We have to put a stop to this. We can no longer continue to walk around here tiptoeing and just praying that this stop. We have to put a stop to it. Okay, how much more are we going to continue to see ourselves be slaughtered by criminals disguised in all aspects of law enforcement before we take action? We should have been took action. And I mean what I'm saying. I'm not talking about being seditious, but I am saying, look, the time has come. We need permanent solutions. And right now, here it is. You have Donald J. Trump, this dude with Stephen Miller, and they've just given the green light, a green light to go absolutely blitzkrieg with ICE and all these other neo-Nazis found in all aspects of law enforcement. And their grand wizard bosses and grand dragon bosses are supporting them. So when does enough become enough? When do all these job-tired so-called black leaders be pushed to the side and real deal action be taken? Because see, tick, 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 the clock is ticking. Boom, people are about to break out here. And the only way you get justice, as Malcolm X said so many moons ago, the only way you get justice is when you make justice for yourself. It's clear there's a deliberate and evil element within all these so-called law enforcement agencies. And here we have Kyron Lacy, a young man, dead, gone, murdered. I'm going to call it what it is. He was absolutely murdered. Yeah, he may have taken his life by his own hand, but the causation, let's look at the element of causation. You had a crooked DA, a crooked ass cop, if you want to call him that, okay, along with other crooks, sit down and conspire. Here on our last broadcast, the Seventh Answer, she showed you different video tapes, different body cams of Tyler Warner, where he was goading and leading the witness on tape to testify and say that Mr. Lacy was the cause of that accident. And despite video evidence showing from all angles that Mr. Lacy had nothing to do with that accident. All right, which had a casualty and some injuries. This cannot be ignored because now you have Attorney General of Louisiana, Liz Muriel. She's now reviewing the case, which I'm gonna say this here, Tyler Warner, and anyone out there in Louisiana, if you're listening to this broadcast, I hope that every ounce of be not deceived, God is not mocked, for whatsoever man reapeth what he sows comes down on you. Behoove the plight to you and your house, a plague on you and your whole house and your whole family. Now, I don't give a care who don't like what I'm saying. Hey, yo, look at the hell and look what they plagued on Kyron Lacy's family. They didn't give a rat's behind about that young man being innocent, his promising career, his wanting to flourish and take care of his loved ones. They put him in a pit of deliberate despair and darkness. And then not only did they double down, they quadrupled down. And it speaks volumes, the level of evil you have to have in your heart, in your heart, to see video showing a man being absolutely innocent, and you will conspire still to bear false witness, to even coerce witnesses, to make an attempt to hide the evidence, just so you can bolster yourself into stardom, because you want to be known as a tough as nails fighter of crime. But here you are, the criminal. So yeah, Tyler Warner, I hope that when the Attorney General, Liz Murrill, goes in, I hope she goes in for you, the crooked DA, and everybody else within that department, and put nails in your proverbial coffin, if you will. I want your career destroyed the same way you destroyed Mr. Lacey's career. Nah, I'm not with all this put on Christ and forgive. Nah. I don't want to hear that. Because see, if you know anything about how forgiveness works under Christ, if you read the book of the Bible, Hebrews 10:26, it tells you that when you deliberately commit an evil, ain't no forgiveness left. There is no forgiveness. There is no blood of Jesus. None of that. The only thing you can brace yourself for, depending on what you did, is a mild to severe spiritual beatdown. I mean, a severe spiritual critical beatdown. Brace yourself. And Tyler Warner, I hope that for you. Nah, you had no remorse. None of y'all none of you still have any remorse. As it stands, here it is, when Mr. Lacey committed suicide, they were still gonna double down, quadruple down, and bring him up on charges for a crime he never committed, for an accident he never caused. And it's time for all aspects of law enforcement in this country to be dealt with, man. Enough already. If we don't want to do it, if indeed there is a God and he's a just God, whatever, then bring it now. Let it be shown, man. No more talking. Because all these trying to appeal to these damn beasts and sing and all this, we shall overcome it, and no darkness, no peace. We're not getting justice and we're still giving them peace. Nah, man, no. This got to stop one way or another. And here it is, here we reported about what's going on in Chicago. Hey, yo, it's out of control. They are out there blatantly now coming for black folks. We knew it was coming, but we knew we were the target any damn way. We knew we were the primary target anyway. As I said, when you go back and look at that Klan rally that was supposed to be Charlie Kirk's wake, and you listen to what Stephen Miller, what he said, and all the other fallout that's been happening. Because see, here it is, some people still are bristling about the black folks who kicked those two white dudes, MAGA dudes, out of Tennessee University. There's still some, coons out here and I'm gonna call him that.
Okay, before you get into that, because I wanna talk about Lacey, okay?
Okay, okay. I want to just do a correlation, but go ahead, seventh answer. Take it away. Go ahead. Go, go, go,
Yeah,
go.
okay. So yeah, the police, we've been going through the wrongfully accused activity with the police department. That ain't nothing new. You feel me? Getting false witness and things of that type of nature. That ain't nothing new. You feel me? It's sad that somebody had to, take their life in order for us to see it, broadly. But the fact of the matter is, he didn't take his life because of that. He took his life because of the people. You feel what I'm saying? And this is where mental health come in at. There's a lot of people over there, the internet. Let me say the internet and what person with a kind of like a big reputation. He looked for people on the internet. You know what I mean? The public and like the public opinion and things of that type of nature. You know, so I think that played a real big cause of his death. The fact that he got charged, yeah, that what I mean, that alone, what I mean, it's like a domino effect. But I'm gonna tell you that the internet, it was killed him. You feel me? These comments that people was making, demonizing him and criticizing him. Can you imagine every day waking up that you got to deal with people criticizing you, tearing you down, making you feel like you less than something. Now they got over a lot of followers. You feel what I'm saying? So that can play a big impact. And the reason why I say this, and I'm gonna keep saying that, is because they made it clear that it was a couple of podcasts that drove them into suicide. You feel what I'm saying? Because of what they were speaking on, and they had a lot of followers, and they do that a lot, even with this Charlie Kirk bullshit. All this stuff, you feel me? And that's the reason why I say with the even with the Young Thugger and all these spotlight events that's being played out for political gain, and you got the court playing out political gain and revenues or whatever it may be. You feel what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is, the internet is dangerous, especially with a person that's trying to be successful. You feel what I'm saying? He's looking for public opinions on, what I mean, certain certain outcome of his life. You feel what I'm saying? Because he's, in this type of career where, he's in a public eye. You feel what I'm saying? So it's a lot of people that he's listening to. You know what I mean? And so a lot of these podcasts, a lot of these, you know, a lot of these sports announcers, alone, can cause a person mental breakdowns and that type of nature. But his mother said that he went to his grave thinking that the people hated him, not the fact that he was innocent or nothing. His whole thought was, in the way, when he committed suicide, was based on the fact that what the people were saying. And his mother, which I'm about to play this video, stated that. You feel what I'm saying? And she said she didn't want no apology. She didn't care about no sorries, nothing about that. She just knew her son went to his death knowing, understand what I'm saying? So that's deep.
Yeah, okay, seventh answer. See, now you went into detail that where I had just said that they destroyed his name and his brand. The brand is what you not when you go you just went into the details about what I should have done when I said when they destroyed his name and his brand. You just went deep into the fact, yeah, his whole reputation, people talking, all this court of public opinion. You have people weighing in on podcasts with millions of followers, and they just talking what they don't know, and that's yeah. All right, thank you, seventh answer, for bringing in the filler and bringing in the detail
Right.
and all
You
that.
see how they did the young black boy that unalived the white boy. You feel what I'm saying? You see how they demonize him. He you know what I mean? He got to go to court. They screw. I mean, a whole bunch. Can you imagine that? You know what I mean? They have to shield him from the public but he can't be shielded from the public because he's in the public eye. So everywhere he goes, you know what I mean? He just getting, tormented. You know what I mean? But as far as the young boy that unalived
And you talking about
college,
Seven
as
Answer? You talking about the case? Are you talking about the case of Carmelo Anthony?
yes. So
All
just
right.
imagine how the internet is doing. They're demons. They're, you know what I mean, witches and warlocks on the internet conjuring up spells to, you know what I mean, go against these people. And you know what I mean, in numbers. Could you imagine? So especially these racist ass people, you know what I mean? They build these followers, so they take these um trolls to other platforms and they just, memming up with just hate speech and all kinds of bull crap. So it's the internet, it's the people, you know what I mean, that's driving people crazy. And a lot of people can't take it. You feel what I'm saying? You have to be, to be built, and a lot of people are not built for, you know what I mean, some of the things you just don't hear things that these athletes go through. Some of them lash out, but you can't imagine, you know what I mean, what they really want to say, what they really go through, and what people, you know what I mean, how they get criticized in the comment section, how they, you know what I mean, make a meme out of them, and how they mess with their family, stalk, all kinds of stuff. You know what I mean? Money ain't worth it sometimes to some people.
And I agree, Seventh Answer. I do agree. I do agree. By all means, I agree. Considering that I've been wrongly accused and I know the mental anguish and fallout that I suffered. I get it. Thank you for filling in the details. So let's run this video for those the true believers out here as the conversation continues.
Any belated apologies. My beloved son left me and you mother, and I will not accept any belated apologies. My beloved son left me 5 months ago, and you can't imagine, at the very end of his life, he still thought everyone hated him. It was an accident that had absolutely nothing to do with him, yet it not only brought him worldwide ridicule, but also destroyed and ultimately took his life, all because one man lied to him. Everyone blamed him without knowing that Kyron's car was farther from the crash site than his longest catch distance in college. How could he possibly have caused that accident? If not for that accident, he would still be alive today, playing in the league. The truth has finally come out. But so what? My child will never come back. He left this world full of pain, while those who so easily accused him now want to erase it all with a single word. Do you know? In his final days, he kept asking me, Mom, why doesn't anyone believe me? That kind of despair still echoes in my dreams to this day. At Kyron's funeral, holding myself together with what little strength I had left, I sang one last song for him, I Will Always Love You, hoping my dear son could finally rest in peace. I am Kyron Lacey's mother, and I will not accept any belated apologies.
Yeah, what? Keep your apologies, man. There's nothing you can say. There's nothing that anyone could say at this point in juncture. The damage is irreparable. This young man is gone because of, as you said, Seventh Answer, his name, reputation. Okay, people that looked up to him turned against him. People just went against him, just with no facts. Didn't even wait for the ink to dry on the indictment, albeit he was proclaiming his innocence.
So, because we know
Go ahead,
a well
Timothy.
organized lie, can sometimes overpower the truth.
Yeah, I agree. It's been said, sometimes you have a well-dressed lie being chased by a naked truth. Yeah, but this is tragic all the way around,
Bad.
and it's
Yeah, no, sometimes. Now I said sometimes a well-organized lie, just like they just did. It organized it, made it seem like you had the statements, you had the witness, and all that type of stuff. But the truth, you feel me, it overrides the truth. And people believe that lie because you have the false witness and the bullshit. You know what I mean? So it did. It overrided the truth.
Well, damn. Maybe I might be reaching, but that's that MK Ultra mind controlling. You know, like
Most
damn.
definitely. And they're using the media, social media, doing it.
Yeah,
News, news,
that's
social
what it's
media.
called.
All it's all parties. It's like action movie. Like there's all parties. You have, you know what I mean. You got the actors. You got the camera. You know what I mean. You got the strip. So at the end of the day, they all plays a part in it. Sometimes they don't even know they, you know what I mean, are willing to participate into this lavish movie that they trying to create. Use the public. I'm just saying.
No, I see what you're doing. I see exactly what you're doing. I see exactly what you're saying, and it all connects and everything else. I want you to play the video I sent on Kyrie Moon. I want to do a recap on the entire situation. It's about
Yeah,
no
I
more than
got it.
about 20 minutes. Let's run that video. Let's recap for those who may not be up on this case and missed our last presentation, our last conversation. As it continues, let's show them a recap on the entire makeup of the Karen Lacey case.
I'm Colonel Robert Hodges, Superintendent of Louisiana State Police. You're about to view a critical incident briefing video that is intended to give the community a better understanding of the incident that occurred. The video is inclusive of evidence related to the incident, which may include 911 calls, body-worn camera footage, and other relevant information. As this comprehensive investigation develops, our understanding of the incident may change as additional evidence is collected, analyzed, and reviewed. The department's ability to investigate these incidents relies on the impartial and transparent investigations, as well as considering the potential criminal responsibility of those involved.
On Tuesday, December 17, 2024, Louisiana State Police Troop C began investigating a fatal crash that occurred on LA 20 near Perez Lane and Chack Bay.
Oh yeah, I wanted to speak on the fact that it was a black woman that lied. She the one that they ain't speaking on. Like they really not speaking on that lady that actually committed that crime. You feel me? Now that the evidence and all the stuff came out, it should have been, you know what I mean, more she's been prosecuted. Not prosecuted, but she has been charged with this or anything. Like they just swept that up part under the rug. You know what I mean? Even though she should have been very much collected. Not only should she be held responsible for his death, should be held responsible for lying to the officer, helping the officer, all that. Because you know what I mean? Who is he to her for him to even cover that up when clearly, when he did his investigation and seeing that she was the person that caused that accident, like he just tried to bury it up under the rug. But why nobody else took in consideration when they seen that and arrested her?
Seventh answer, I didn't consider that. Perjury, and perjury is indeed a criminal offense. It's a criminal offense, last I looked. Go ahead, seventh answer. But wait, hold on. Wait. I just realized what you just said. The woman who caused the accident is a black woman. Is that right?
Yeah, I showed you. She was in the corner. That little black lady that was in the corner, light skinned lady, that was her.
Okay, I wasn't paying. Okay, seventh answer. I'm guilty. I was so all over the place. I wasn't paying attention. My
Wait, I
bad.
gotta go get that little short clip before I play this. Hold on, keep talking, because you gotta see. It was a black lady, and that was her story. And remember, they were saying that her story was confusing and twisted and all that. And she said she was eating something, and that was what? Hold on.
Wait, I thought you mean the person that Tyler Warner, the sheriff, was talking to? That was a woman?
Yes, and a man. That was the man and a woman. That was the woman who initially said that she had to avoid all that and then turn into him. That was a woman.
Wow.
I'm gonna show you. I have to show you. Hold on.
All right, no problem. All right, for those of you tuning in, welcome to the Lions Den. We're gonna come back to the other clip that I was. There's so much going on. If you're not attuned to what we're talking about, we're talking about the former Louisiana football star Kyren Lacy, who committed suicide, unfortunately, due to false accusations. His name, reputation, and brand being tarnished by a crooked district attorney out there in Louisiana, along with a crooked cop and lying witnesses, apparently. So what the seventh answer is going to do is go back, get a video that showed the person, the actual perpetrator of the accident, lying, apparently. Okay, listen, it is just so much happening, but we thank you for joining us this evening, on both our Facebook and YouTube side. We thank you, and we hope that you're enjoying this conversation. And as you see, we don't cut any corners. And if you're just joining us, I want to recap and say again that this Kyren Lacy case could have been avoided way back in 2022 when you had the United States Department of Justice, who had the Louisiana Police Department under investigation for racially biased policing, falsifying reports, crash reports most notably, hiding video evidence, rewriting legal reports, okay, all involving black motorists for the most part, okay, and majority. So before Kyren Lacy, there were a host of other people who were victims of these police, okay, I won't even say police, these criminals disguised as police, district attorneys, and what have you. Now, in that time frame, you had the following officers arrested. They were one Dakota Moss, John Clary, Chris Harpin, Corey York, John Peters, and James Jaminski. All right, but this is just the tip of a deep, deep iceberg. So what the seventh answer is going to do now is give us another recap, something that I missed, a detail that I missed in regards to when. Run a video. I'm sorry.
That is her in the corner right there. Okay, so you gotta look closely, but that's her in the corner on the side of him.
That allowed these lies and corruption to continue as he was living, instead of seeking out the truth to say what actually happened, allowed all of this to be the thing that burdened Kyren to the end of his life. And the sickening part about it is he doesn't even get to know or witness it for his own self that we all were going to find out the truth and that he was indeed innocent.
First 7, I believe.
Right. Did she give any police report or anything?
Oh, absolutely. So
Let's talk about that a little.
yeah, we will. This particular
Wait,
individual,
stop
for
it,
purposes of this
hold on.
report,
Stop
I'd
the
like you
video.
more, and this is page 9, if you could.
Stop the video for a second. So is that her in what appears to be on my right hand corner?
Yes, that's her.
Oh,
This is
wow.
her statement. And this is her
And
statement.
damn. All right, Kareem, run the video. Run the video.
Follow along to make sure I'm not misquoting a single thing. All right. I'm looking at the investigative report of the district attorney's office. And then here you can see this is their investigator looking at vehicle 2 statements, and now he's analyzing. He says, upon reviewing the body cam video of the trooper from the scene, the following statement was made by, we'll call her vehicle 2, right? I just know the truck was stomping on brakes. The other was trying to pass the other car. I was trying to dodge by not hitting him, by coming around. When the trooper asked how fast she was going, she replied the speed limit. He next says, I reviewed the recorded interview and the written statement from vehicle 2 while she was in the hospital on January 3rd, 2025. Below is a synopsis of that interview. And the very first, it says, all I can see is that a car is coming this way and the car in front of me. Right before the crash, I'm looking at the pickup truck in front of me. That's all they see for the moment. I'm eating my Funyuns. I got in the middle of my lap and I'm driving. I'm listening to my music. All of a sudden, I see the car get in the other person's lane. The truck, end quote, steps on his brakes. First, so it slows down, but then he does it again, and this time it's really hard. That's when you can see on the other side, the car is trying to get back over. But before you can get over, the truck stops in the middle, like on the brakes, hard. There's another car that runs damn near into the pole. It's either I run into him or I try to get out the way, so I'm trying to get to the dollar store parking lot. Then the other car just comes and slams into me. The trooper asked vehicle 2, whenever you're looking forward or the car's in front of you, they swerve off to the right before you make your left, or are you looking at a green Charger coming at you? Or, end of quotes. Vehicle 2 responded with, the green Charger came, and then the car behind me, behind them, the truck, the van, whatever. The trooper does not ask any further follow-up questions to get a better understanding of what she was saying for this answer. Now remember, I'm reading what the investigator's saying. When vehicle 2 states the truck stops in the middle of the road like on the brakes hard, this statement indicates that the gold truck stopped in the middle of the lane and not, in quotes, swerving off to the right. This would also show that vehicle 2 would have steered to the left to avoid contact with the gold truck and not Kyron Lacey. During this interview with the trooper, vehicle 2 made several statements that do not match the submitted report or written statement. Instead of questioning vehicle 2 for more details, the trooper attempted to recap what she was saying, which seems to contradict her statements. While doing this, the trooper is the first to talk about the gold truck swerving off to the right. Then when it came to obtaining the written statement, the trooper tells vehicle 2 what to document on the statement as she is writing.
Yeah, so what you'll see is in the top left of the screen, you're going to see multiple cars just making their way south to Thibodaux, coming from Vacherie. At some point in time, you're going to see the collision, which we're going to know is vehicle number 2 from oncoming traffic colliding with the vehicle of Mr. Hall. You will see another vehicle come to a stop, and then you'll see Kyron Lacey come to a stop.
So as we've seen the video, it looks like the impact happens, and then Kyron Lacey is behind him. How far away was he from there?
Well, yeah, that's the beauty of the investigative report that I now have my hands on. We know from data that Kyron Lacey did in fact pass 4 cars. There's no disputing that. Further north, Kyron Lacey passed 4 cars. However, he was back in his lane of travel, 92.3 yards. Back in his lane, behind Mr. Hall. At the time of impact, he's 72.6 yards behind the vehicles at the time of impact. Keyword, behind the vehicles.
Right. Excuse me. So, ladies, brothers and sisters, look at that. They had the video evidence the same way this Mr. Lacey's attorney here is showing the video evidence. The district attorney, the entire department and state of Louisiana, all aspects of law enforcement, the investigators, they all had the video, and yet they still pursued behind lies, including lies by the actual perpetrator, to dig this man's literal grave, destroying his reputation, him being exonerated in the court of public opinion, and people that he probably looked up to, admired, turning their backs on him. Wow, man, just wow. This is a horrible world we've inherited. So I want to run back the other video, but thank you, Seventh Answer, for, cluing me in, because I clearly I wasn't paying attention, because I was just, tunnel vision on that Tyler Warner scumbag. But anyway, I want to recap the video for.
They had a sister railroad him on the crime she committed. But the fact of the matter, she looked very familiar. She looked like some kind of actor or somebody, but you got to look deep into why is they hiding. I mean, what is so special? You like this, why he didn't do his work. You feel what I'm saying? So who is she?
That's a good question. That's a good question. That's a good question.
Anything about her. They calling
That's
her
a good question.
She and vehicle number 2 and shit of that nature. Nah, why you hiding her in identity?
I know, vehicle number 2. What's her name?
Yeah, what's her last name? What is her name? Just like you saying his name, the victim. Why you don't say the people that's involved?
Wow.
The guys that did the fake interview, that lied, that tried to, well, he didn't lie. He told the truth and he fabricated his statement, but y'all saying his name, you're saying the other person name. What is so special about this woman? You feel me? That y'all hiding, and what, you know what I mean? Like, what did she do? She paid y'all? What's going on? Like, it's weird.
Or she maybe somebody's daughter within that on that investigative team.
Or maybe she's an actor, or maybe she's she looked like a celebrity. She looked like she, you know what I mean, connected.
Okay. Well, you know what?
Back eating corn chips or whatever.
All right. Okay,
like,
listen.
Whatever, like you just didn't murder somebody. Like, come on out, like.
Seventh Answer, you are uncovering some things that I didn't consider. Why are they not saying her name? Since she's the actual perpetrator, why aren't they putting her name and exonerating her all over the place? They just got her hidden.
Yeah,
they got her hidden.
That they know the truth. They still talking about they, you know what I mean? She needs to be scrutinized. Even the mother should have been on her helmet. Like, you have a you know what I mean, somebody that committed manslaughter running the street that's not criminally charged to try to wrongfully convict your son. You know what I mean? Like, we don't know if she was under influence. We don't know if she have a bad criminal history of, reckless endanger. All this stuff should have been brought out after the fact. This man been dead for how long? Come on now. They still trying to, his attorney should have been pushing a line like, oh no, bring that woman, because, you know what I mean? Somebody have to be held accountable the whole time. I didn't do it. They did it. So why wasn't they being like suspect number 1, suspect number 2? Why was he just, you know what I mean? Like, it don't make sense. Clearly, when an accident happened, they automatically get the camera. That's insurance and all that. Everybody had that camera long time ago. Like, what is important about this person? Because they're covering her. You understand what I'm saying? So for them to go to that deep length to cover her and still not saying that she's being charged or anything, it's I don't know. But let's play this video, because hopefully this police officer have more to say about her being brought up. He said somebody will be held in. Fuck all that. It should have been her. She was the fucking person that hit him. Clearly, you see in the video. Like, come on, it don't make sense.
Yeah, for those of you who are just tuning in, we're talking about Kyren Lacy. She's getting the video queued up. We're now going to hear a report. We're going to give you a recap on the entire story with this video here. Welcome to as the conversation continues. Let's go to work, Karina.
Yeah, I had it on mute over here. I forgot. The video was playing, but it was mute on this StreamYard. Okay.
I'm Colonel Robert Hodges, Superintendent of Louisiana State Police. You're about to view a critical incident briefing video that is intended to give the community a better understanding of the incident that occurred. The video is inclusive of evidence related to the incident, which may include 911 calls, body-worn camera footage, and other relevant information. Understanding of the incident may change as additional evidence is collected, analyzed, and reviewed. The department's ability to investigate these incidents relies on the impartial and transparent investigations, as well as considering the potential criminal responsibility of those involved.
On Tuesday, December 17, 2024, Louisiana State Police Troop C began investigating a fatal crash that occurred in LA 20 near Perez Lane and clarification of the facts and an accurate depiction of the evidence in the moments leading up to the crash and the subsequent investigation. May not align with the actual time data recorded by Louisiana State Police based on recorded radio communications. According to the video timestamp, at 12:03 p.m. and 52 seconds, a green Dodge Charger is seen traveling south in the opposing lane on LA 20 at a high rate of speed, passing 3 passenger vehicles and 1 loaded 18-wheeler in a designated no passing zone with a 40-mile-per-hour posted speed limit. As the green Dodge Charger returns to the southbound lane, aggressive braking and engine deceleration are immediately followed by a crash that can be heard on the surveillance footage. According to the video timestamp, at 12:03 p.m. and 54 seconds, a portion of the crash can be seen as it occurs. Moments before the crash, the gold pickup truck abruptly veers out of the northbound lane into a business, while the green Charger is approaching in the same lane. Immediately after the crash occurred, the green Charger was observed on surveillance video and by witnesses traveling through the crash scene and continues north on LA 20, failing to stop. At the same time, all other vehicles remain at the scene to provide assistance. The briefing will now transition to the trooper's response and investigation. At 12 o'clock p.m., a two-vehicle injury crash with road blockage was dispatched to Louisiana State Police Troop C via the 911 dispatch system. The responding trooper arrived on the scene at 12:07 p.m. and was immediately met by numerous witnesses who described a green Charger driving aggressively and causing the crash. The video has been edited for time purposes.
Stop.
Be advised, we got total road blockage on LA 20.
Can you stop this second? Seventh Answer, if you can hear me. Now, I want y'all to pay attention to this video. I'm recapping, but now this video, as you can see, I threw a curveball. If you're listening to the narration, you can, as Dave Chappelle would say, as you can listen to the narrator, she's clearly lying. She's lying. Now you see, this is what I'm just showing you how deep this is. That's why I'm giving you a recap. You can hear this woman lying. You don't see the green Charger driving aggressively. They're lying. Go ahead, play this tape, Karima. Play it.
No, I think she said reported. Somebody reported it. Driving aggressively. I believe she's.
But listen. But why is she? But why is she sound like she? How you say amping and corroborating a lie?
Leading. This is what the initial statement was. So she's leading to why he been charged, because they did say, and all through a few videos, that witness kept saying that he was driving crazy, hurt streak or whatever. So she's
okay. So apparently I'm jumping the gun. My bad, y'all. Thank you, Seventh Answer, for correcting me.
Just a little bit. But yeah.
If you get a chance, can you advise code of injury?
Civil.
Let's take the turn and then you have no get head on.
Did you see a green Charger flying that way? A green Charger they're going that way?
There's a green Charger.
That's a green.
Did you hear that? Soon as they come on the scene, did you see a green Charger going that way?
Yeah, I heard. Yeah, I hear it.
Now we clearly seeing the green Charger kept going. Like it just came around all this and kept going. He kept going. So I don't know why was he mentioning that, but he kind of like, you know what I mean, leaded the officer at that point when he first came. You know what I mean? Because he mentioned that green Charger, even though this sucker right here clearly stated, because this is I believe that's the witness that he said, could you make the statement? And he indicated that she caused it, but what's up with the green Charger part? I'm not understanding.
All right.
You hear that?
Wow.
Though? It's not officer just automatically, you feel me, assume that man pointed that green. The officer didn't know. Mind you, this is the first scene. So the officer didn't know nothing about nothing besides what has been seen and what has been told. You feel what I'm saying? So this man right here clearly said, did you see the green Charger go that way? Like,
okay.
And it's my first time seeing this video, so it's like, whoa. This is the reason why that, you know, now I'm saying the reason why the green Charger was kind of mentioned, because, you know what I mean? Mind you, they said the witness saying this.
Woo.
It's hard to prove you're innocent when you got a false witness. You understand what I'm saying? It's like,
Yeah, I do understand. Okay, so it's a lot more to this than this video than meets the eye, but play on. I just want, like I said, I'm recapping.
yeah.
Wow.
Charger caused all this. SRT8, he caused all this. He went to pass the cars way back there, sir.
This, okay, you know what? Wow. This nigga, oh my God.
We didn't even see none of this. Like,
Wow.
we just heard. That's the reason why the officer, see, we attacking the officer so cold when the officer got this first witness stated that shit.
Wow. Oh man, you know something? But even be that as it may, 7 Answer, as time went on, they did see the video in its entirety, and he shouldn't have quadrupled down on a lie. That still don't exonerate him, but now you see, yo, this. Let me. You know what I want to say, right? Without saying it, nigga. This nigga. Wow, man. Okay, you know what? Go ahead, Karima. Boy.
You have multiple witnesses. No matter what the officer seen in the video, he still have to apply what the witness say. So until the outcome of the investigation, they have to put the pieces together and still got to go off the witness. The witness are stronger than the evidence that they seen on the camera, because at the end of the day, they have to figure out, is it a glitch in the camera? Did we miss something? What's going on? It's all a process. But these witnesses are very, very important to the scene of the crime.
Okay, I got you. And this is troubling.
This right here is, you see how he put it on thick. And then you got the lady, like, did he talk to the lady before? See, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. You feel me? Did he conjure with the lady a little bit, and you know what I mean? Like, trying to help her, because if you seen this shit, why you supposed to be behind the green car? You see what I'm saying? He's supposed to be behind the green car. The green car is behind her. He's supposed to be behind the green car. He looked like the same guy that he pulled up. I don't know if this dude coming out his house, or was he in a car? Either or, he is the witness.
Wow.
He kind of cleaned it up and said, the woman is the one that caused the accident. Did somebody get in his ear? I'm not understanding, because we gotta play that too to make sure that, you know what I mean, that ain't the same. Like, his statement kind of changed, because they did say witness statement changed, but they said her statement changed too. But the fact of the matter is, we didn't see this. We only seen the little pieces what they want to show the public, as far as you know, him doing, you know, they didn't even really show the full video. They only show, like, you know what I mean, the back part of it.
Yeah, but this is, you know what? I'm glad I took this piece and I looked at it. I've been trying to decipher it now. You're helping me pick it apart, because I'm like, yo, what the, oh man. Oh wow. Oh, yo.
Figure out, how did the officer get so strong into, you know what I mean, making this stick? Like, but you had these people like this, like, no, I think, like, come on now. It's like, what the fuck? Who all getting paid for this? Who's the big person behind making these? I don't understand.
Go ahead, run the video, Karima.
Wow. The green Charger collided with these cars.
He went right
he went around that truck. Okay.
He was passing up
with her right now, and she had no choice. She hits the pole.
How are the injuries? What
She
are they?
got a broken ankle.
Playing and back injuries and then stuff like that. I was
So
on the phone when
2 back injuries, 1 broken ankle.
Yeah, I'm not exactly. I just don't know the move. You know what I'm saying?
You said something about a green Charger. Who told you something about a green Charger?
I'm down 18 wheeler right there, sir.
Okay, so you saw it.
I saw it.
What did you see?
He was the truck behind him in the 18-wheeler.
Yes, he was.
You have multiple people saying this bullshit, not just him. But you clearly see that they already talked to the victim before, well, you know, the suspect, because she's the suspect to me. They already talked to the suspect and got her little story already before the cops came. Know her injuries, know her story and everything. Like, come on now. And they blame it on a Charger who clearly they said didn't cause it, but they clearly made a statement saying that he swerved around,
right,
and that made her hit him. But they didn't say he hit anything. They made it clear that he swerved around. Clearly, we see after the impact, he swerved around. He ain't swerved around before. He's not in front of them, or none of that. After the impact, he swerved around to get away from the accident and continue his motherfucking mission.
Wow,
now,
look at
if he
man.
would have stopped, he would have been arrested for some shit he ain't even did. Like, come on now. Which he already got it. I mean, did get arrested, but he would have been arrested on the spot. At least he got the chance to go home. Oh, God. Hey. But you got 2 white folks. I mean, that's just half of the witness. I mean, you ain't don't tell it how many other people that clearly you made that statement. There's a lot of vehicles around and a lot of people standing around. But this dude right here, who later admitted, because I want to play that video, that she caused the accident. You clearly said that woman is the one.
Yes, he did. We played that video.
When he went to go back to get a statement from him, it looked like he was at his house to come back. I don't understand how, you know what I mean? It looked like he was in a driveway, right? I don't know. I'm gonna play that because it looked like he was clearly not at this scene when he came to get this dude's statement. And if this same dude, you know what I mean? Why is they blocking this nigga face out? But the fact, why, when he came to get the statement from him, he said that, well, it wasn't a green Charger that hit him, it was the woman. The woman, the one that caused the accident.
Well, you know what, Kareem? I'm gonna say this here. Maybe they blocking his face because you know why? They don't want no retaliation of any kind to come now. Yo, bro, so hold up. Not only Tyler One, you got this dude. Yo, come on, man.
Retaliation. They don't want ass. This is a fucking manslaughter case. There will be cameras in courtroom. There will dealing with a person that's, you know what I mean, in the lead. You know what I mean? Come on now, he's gonna be in the spotlight, and every witness is gonna be, subject to be, scrutinized in the spotlight. Why the fuck is we blocking out people? Like, why are we blocking out people that lie? They become criminals now.
Well, not only do they become criminals, Karima, they could be wanted by way of street justice. So they gotta, maybe that's another reason why they blotting out his face. You know what I'm saying?
Well, street justice was what caused this man to be in freaking the grave from right now. So
true.
Are we, you know what I mean, showing sympathy for one and not the other? You feel what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, when somebody is involved, all people need to be exposed, especially when we lied and we made up stories that caused somebody to be incarcerated or cause them death. And we got both of them. So at the end of the day, we shouldn't be not worried about street justice, because the street justice is the one that caused this person to take his own life. They didn't see the courts. They made it their mind that he was a criminal, and they, you already know how the internet attack you. Like, come on now. You can just imagine the things that he was reading and the things that people were saying, the internet, the news alone, these podcasts, these, broadcasts, these, colleges, places that he go to. Like, come on now.
Yeah, run the video, Kareem.
I'll say when he went to pass me cars back there around around the curve. Right?
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Hey, he come down, right? When he come down, I got Mr. He had his brother that he was taken to the emergency room, to the hospital or something like that, chemo, something like that.
All right.
But I got his number also to verify that. He was a.
So you stopped and talked. He stopped and talked to you clearly, briefly. You got his information, and he clearly was rushing somebody to the hospital. That's why he didn't stop. But okay.
Look at this, man. So the neighborhood crackhead. Oh, anyway, go ahead, Kareem. Just run the video. Damn, man. Wow, man. Just, like Salah bin Yah said, just shaking my head. Go ahead.
The car that was in front of her. When that green Charger came, he went caused this whole big traffic, so everybody was hitting brakes. The Charger, I couldn't hit this down the gold truck head on. So he jammed on brakes. She was coming down. They was going that way. When I saw,
which way was the Charger going? The Charger
going this way.
Going this way.
She was coming this way.
Okay.
They was going this way also. Mr. jammed on brakes. She went to dodge Mr. And that's when she came on.
I was watching. I was like,
that didn't make no motherfucking sense. She coming.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't. Not at all.
How something way in front of another car gonna cause you to do fucking anything? Like, he didn't make no sense. You know what I mean? She's on this side. The other car, who she unalived, is on the other side in front of the green Charger, and he's behind him. Now, how you seeing all that? How you seeing her get nervous behind somebody in front of you? Like, make that make sense. And they all, this is great.
And they're eating it up. Wow. So, you know what, man? Run the video. Okay, you know something?
It make no sense. Like,
None.
And it clearly looked like she was turning. Because you ain't head up nothing. It looked like you was trying to turn into some shit. And you know what I mean? And you probably wasn't looking. And the car was coming, you know what I mean, head on. Car was coming in this lane. And you probably was making a turn and turned into the car. Because that's the only way you hit it. It looked like it. You could see it on the camera where it looked like she was turning and he was coming straight and she smacked into him. You know what I mean? It wasn't no head on. It was like kind of like on the side where she smacked, you know what I mean? He was going in his right lane, and she was turning, because in her statement she said she was turning to avoid the green Charger because he was swerving. Bitch. Excuse me.
Like I said, I'm stunned. Go ahead, Kareem, run the video.
On the left side. Come over and hit him.
Which 18 wheel are you driving?
The Rebel.
Okay. So the Charger, I guess, passed you up.
The Charger speed line. It was cars behind me because I'm taking my time.
And the Charger was passing all these cars in this
everybody.
lane. And so almost hit this.
So wait.
That's her car right there. His car is the other car. You can see she was turning. She smacked into him.
Yeah, but wait. If the Charger was 6 cars behind, what's he talking about, man?
That's why I say. Did you not see that it was? You was consider it probably was about 3 cars behind. You feel me? And he had enough time to see the accident. Like we clearly see that the accident already happened before he even approached the intersection to pass them. He's seen the accident happening. Like it was already happened while he was approaching the intersection. So that's why they say yours. He had cars in front of him, even though it wasn't no cars in front of him, but he had that gap, that big gap. You understand what I'm saying? So this dude behind him clearly see that he's in the same direction. She's in the opposite direction. She's coming head on from the opposite direction. So can't nobody from the opposite direction cause no accident unless they're driving in the wrong lane. You see what I'm saying? But he wasn't driving in the wrong lane. He was in his own lane. You see what I'm saying? I can see if she's driving. Okay, they on the right, she's on the left, right? Just consider. She's coming this way, they going that way. I can see if the green Chargers swerved in her lane and she seen it ahead and she said, oh shit, let me turn. That didn't happen because we clearly seen that he did not get out of his lane and he was driving straight. And he slowed down because he seen the accident that occurred.
But okay, I get it. But still, this crackhead Joe dude here is just like, oh man. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, because she probably said, please, and all this and lie and all this type of shit. Like, it was something that was said all this before, you know what I mean? But then he had a change of heart, though. Just keep that in mind. Because he clearly seen that what he was saying didn't make no sense. He couldn't prove it. They probably was hounding him about, how did that happen? Draw list?
Yeah, they had to. They probably did.
Yeah.
But and Iron Man, I'm with you. We tired of the BS too. We tired of it too. That's why we analyzing it to death right now. Go ahead, 7 Answer. Run the video. If you have any more you want to expound on, go ahead.
Head-ons.
No, he almost hit this. It was a gold truck. I got his number right here. That's why I took his number and his name.
Almost hit the gold truck head-on.
Yeah, that's his number and phone number and name.
So the gold truck. What did the gold truck do?
The gold truck in his area right here.
The gold truck slams on his brakes.
Slams on brakes to stop the Charger. The Charger swerves back in.
Okay.
And cut somebody else off, whoever was behind them.
Okay.
But then they slammed. They was on no. The Charger he swerved in front of them. They slammed on brakes, and by this time, he slips through, right?
Okay.
As he slips through, she's coming. She like to round the back of the gold truck. That's what I'm saying.
She almost hit the back of Miss.
Yeah,
was Miss truck hit?
No. He was missed.
Okay.
Have you ever thought about carrying a handgun for?
So he just wants to be the star witness so bad. He just know everything and everybody. Wow.
Man,
he just
changed. He changed the story 3 times just now. Like 3 times. He like, wait, hold on, wait. That didn't even make no sense what he said. He making up shit as he motherfucking got him.
Well, like I told you, if you're just tuning in, ladies and gentlemen, we're recapping and rerunning the entire Karen Lacy. But now apparently the video I pulled that I thought not only is it recapping, it's really recapping why this man was wrongly accused. I didn't want to believe it, but now I gotta believe. You got Negroes lying. I'm trying to keep it cool. Niggas lying on this man. They all a curse on all their houses. Straight up. I'm not gonna try to be politically correct in any way. A curse on all of y'all. And this dude here, he just want to be the star witness so bad. And like you said, Seventh Answer, his story changed 3 times. 3 times. And they just letting him talk. Anyway, run the video, Seventh Answer.
Truck, Mr. He slammed on it.
In other words, it was right up. The gold truck was right up there.
Right.
Yeah.
He slams on his brakes to avoid the Charger.
Yeah.
This car, what?
Cuts that car off, if I'm not mistaken.
So what does this car do? It just swerves out the way to avoid.
So because I was watching it too.
She turned the wrong way. Yeah. Instead of going towards the post, she turned this way.
Yeah.
Okay, so she turned this way, and then this car was just coming.
Yeah.
She turned the wrong way. I told you she turned into that nigga. She ain't head on. She turned into him. Ain't nobody was around for her to do that. Like, that corn chip made her do that. Because there was no cars that make her do that.
Her Funyuns. Her Funyuns.
Her Funyuns made her do that. Because there was no car on the side of her, no car swerving. It was none of that. She turned into him. And I spotted that real quick in the corner. I seen that.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got you.
Yes. And then Charger came around.
That's the number for the guy that was in the gold truck.
Okay.
Charger passed in between the mailbox and the car.
Stopped.
That's because he was using it, but you know.
Okay.
And see what happened, the Charger had stopped.
Is a green Charger?
Yeah. But then when he seen what happened, he almost hit me because he came right here. And kept on.
He was the only one that that jumped out of the trailer. Everybody else turned around went the other way. He jumped out of the trailer, eased through here, and went on down the road.
Okay. Okay. Look, I know it's hurting right now, but do you think you could just tell me briefly what happened? Or do you remember?
I just know the truck was stopping on brakes. The other car was trying to pass the other car. I was trying to dodge by not hitting them by coming around.
Okay. Do you remember how fast you were going?
The speed limit.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
While on scene, the investigator.
Really? You was going to say?
She's going to speed limit, but later, you know what, Karima? Wow. Oh my God, this is bad, beyond bad. Oh man. I'm speechless right now. Just run the tape.
I'm gonna stay paying this man to be a paid actor on the scene. Like, he acted for real and he forgot his lines. Like, are you serious?
Well, he definitely auditioning for something. Like you said, his story changed 3 times. He just want to be the star. He just know, well, the green Charger was 6 cars behind. How you know all that? In an accident, bro.
It sounded like the man was hating on the Charger. Like, he was wishing he had it, trying to get the nigga shit tucking. I don't know what made that nigga stay on the Charger. Like, soon as the officer came, the green Charger, catch it. What?
I know.
What is so fascinating about that Charger that had nothing to do with that accident? Like, you hating on her brother?
Apparently. Run the video. And good evening to you too.
Obtained written and recorded statements. The trooper also spoke with additional witnesses via phone and ultimately obtained written statements later in the investigation. After the crash, the passenger in the Kia Sorento died. As part of the continued investigation, The investigating trooper made contact with the driver of the gold truck at a later date to obtain an official written statement based on previous conversations. Troopers also received an additional witness statement describing the erratic driving behavior of the green Charger 10 minutes before the crash. Following the on-scene investigation, troopers identified the green Charger as a vehicle of interest and utilized 21 separate surveillance video cameras to capture the uninterrupted path of the green Charger from the crash.
Now, okay, here we go. They acquired 21 videos, but this now seventh answer. Come on now. Here's what I gotta say. It with all that lying they all did. You trying to tell me that the 21 videos and that had this footage and showed exactly what happened? They couldn't just say, "Wait a minute, you guys are lying on this dude." Why would they still quadruple down on pursuing the green Charger if the 21 videos from different angles have an answer, show an entirely different scenario than what crackhead Joe was talking about? That's why I'm getting lost. That's why this is why at first I was tunnel visioned on just the Louisiana PD and the district attorney, but now it was a bunch of Pharisees and Sadducee Negroes involved with it too. Damn.
That's why I said the people. That's why I kept saying these motherfucking people ain't no good. You know what I'm telling you? You got mental health issues, they'll help you pull the trigger. I'm telling you. You'll be on the internet crying and talking about thinking that they're gonna help you. They're gonna help you find ways to commit suicide, okay?
No, but you know what, seventh place, I'm over here trying not to cry because it takes me back to when I was wrongly accused and by a temple and church I once served with, okay, where a brother accused me of raping his son, his then 3-year-old son. And what killed the accusation, like you got me triggered because, and I'm trying not to cry, like I said, the accusation was bad enough, but it was just the fact that people in the congregation wanted to believe it. Not one of them had the good sense of saying, "Yo, brother, you said you walked in on Malachi, baby Hebrew. You walked in on him raping your son? So why is Malachi alive? Why is Malachi breathing? Why is he not dead?" None of them, nobody thought to ask that. They actually want to believe it, Karima. That would kill me. That would kill me more than anything. So your point is oh man.
Shit,
let me move on.
I got framed by the police before. So yeah, I can understand exactly how you feel. I got it framed by the police, but it took the judge, you know what I mean, to see through it. It took the district attorney to see through it. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hood mulatto and hood.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Hood mulatto. That's a good scripture in Ecclesiasticus. Good scripture. Go ahead, Kareem. Run the tape.
Scene to a Thibodeau business 11 miles away. Through the use of investigative tools, troopers were able to obtain the license plate number of the green Charger on December 19th, 2024. On December 26, 2024, troopers determined that Kyron Lacey was the driver of the green Charger at the time of the crash. Just prior to the crash, Lacey was illegally in the opposing lane.
And now we got to look at it very clearly. It's about to show you very clearly. Okay, we got 1 car, we got 2 car, we got 3 car, right? Before we get to the intersection right here. Okay? But keep an eye on here too. because you're gonna see her turn into him. This is him.
Okay.
Passing southbound vehicles. The gold truck traveling north veered right to avoid a head-on collision with a green Charger.
Yeah.
He avoided them. You understand what I'm saying? That was the guy. You see how far back he was? This is the dude in the truck right here. That's the liar in this semi truck right here. Okay?
Yeah. That's Crackhead Joe.
Yeah.
Wow. Boy.
So, he was in front of this truck right here. I mean, he was behind this truck right here, the truck driver with his lioness. So he wasn't behind the green car. You understand what I'm saying? Because the green car already went. The green car is in front of this car, this truck. So you had a liar right here. You got the truck, and you got him already passed. So we already counted 3 cars. You know what I mean? Let's go back.
Got him. Crackhead Joe.
That's him. See the truck? Crackhead Joe.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay. It's a car in front of him. The smash already happened. Right when he get right here, you're going to hear the bap, and he going to go past it. It already occurred when he get right there. He going to hear it. He going to swerve past it. But mind you, it's already other cars that Crackhead Joe could have accused besides him.
North veered right to avoid a head-on collision with a green Charger. As a gold truck
head-on collision with the green Charger, not head-on collision with the other 2 cars in front of him, but head-on collision with the green Charger. Do that make fucking sense?
No, the green Charger comes out unscathed.
Right, and they got another view. This is just a view from here, but they got another view that looks from that angle. But you can clearly see that the crash already happened, and this man avoided it.
Veered right, the driver of the Kia Cadenza.
There we go. See? Look. Now we can see it clearly. That car, and him. Watch this.
Saw the approaching green Charger. In reaction, the Kia Cadenza driver swerved left into the southbound.
Already, do you see her? She hit him already.
I already.
You see what I'm saying? She already hit him. So I said, remember I said when we was pointing that way, he got right there. It's plenty of distance. Even for the truck driver that's behind him, it's still plenty of distance for him to even say that he caused anything. You're looking at him, you know that it's already crashed, like the accident already happened. Let's see how many minutes on
lane and impacted a northbound Kia Sorento. Through the investigation, troopers determined that
4 seconds on the clock before he even got there. I'm using this little clock right here, right? Before he even got up to the scene of the accident. It's like 4 seconds still after, maybe 4 or 5 seconds after when he was right here, boom, 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 all the way to here, 5 seconds, he went around that. Because you could clearly see he went around. He can't go straight. He had to go around, and then he kept going. Why that nigga lie? There go the truck right there. There's a car in front of him.
Yeah.
Where's the silver? Where's the silver car? Where's the silver truck? Where's whatever it is? He called that silver.
Lying.
That was a white
truck.
Yeah. But clearly clearly see
that the driver of the gold truck.
Let's run it back because this is the best view. That other view kind of threw you off because you can see nothing. You don't know what happened, right? But this right here shows a better angle because you can clearly see that he was stopped.
Kia Sorento. While the approaching green Charger. In reaction, the Kia Cadenza driver swerved left into the southbound lane and impacted a northbound Kia Sorento.
And look, watch what he do. Watch close. You're going to see him go around. Watch this. Watch close.
Through the investigation, troopers determined that the driver of the gold truck reacted appropriately to avoid a head-on collision with the green Charger, which was approaching at a high rate of speed. In consideration of the high speed of the green Charger compared to the surrounding and opposing vehicles, the reaction time of the involved driver.
Yeah, he was mad because he went around him. That's what he's saying. He went around him. Let's back it up because he ain't had nothing to do with that scene of accident. But this little hater right here got mad because the green Charger did cross him. Watch this.
With the green Charger, which was approaching at a high rate of speed.
Watch.
In consideration of the high speed of the green Charger.
See, he passed him way over here. You see he passed him?
Right.
Watch again. Watch again. Watch over here. He gonna pass them. The green Charger gonna go around that diesel truck,
which was approaching at a high rate of speed. In consideration of the high speed of the green Charger compared.
So he was in this lane. He was in the opposite lane, the lane that she was in, but he was too far to cause anything.
Right. He got back into the right lane.
Yeah, because the accident ain't even happened yet. And he did get back into the lane. But this is the reason why this weirdo started targeting him. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck is, and then this is the reason why. He went past him at a high rate of speed because he was trying to hurry up before any car. You know, you try to hurry up and get on before any traffic. So you know he had plenty of time, but this fool right there got the hating.
To the surrounding and opposing.
He actually passed up both of them, that truck and him, because the truck was in front of him. So he passed. He actually explained everything right here, but he lied about everything here.
Yes, he did.
Trying to make that seem like it was right here when it wasn't. That scene was right there. So when he said he went around me at high speed to chase and he then came back in, he wasn't lying when he said that. But the fact that he used to made it seem like it happened here, that's incorrect.
Buddy.
Using vehicles, the reaction time of the involved drivers was greatly diminished. Since the incident occurred, the Louisiana State Police never reported that the green Charger impacted any of the involved vehicles. However, all evidence collected supports the conclusion that Lacey's reckless operation of the green Charger in oncoming traffic triggered the chain of events involving the other drivers, ultimately resulting in the fatal crash.
No, it didn't. No, it didn't.
It could. No, it could have. Hold on. When you dealing with, because I didn't deal with paranoid schizophrenic drivers. Now he did come out of that lane into this other lane right here. Just keep in mind. When you drive, when a car is coming on going into your lane, especially when you're dealing with, you feel me, a paranoid schizophrenic driver that's feeling like you about to hit them because you're coming on. I mean, he coming at a high speed rate. Yeah, from both point of views, because I can look at it from both point of views. You know what I mean? She had plenty of enough time to reflect and see that he wasn't. But when you're dealing with a person that's, you feel me, shouldn't be on the road in the first place, probably impaired, you feel me, under the influence a little bit or whatever. I'm just adding more, putting 10 on the 20, whatever. But he did come into that out of his lane. You feel me? That's reckless. You cannot swerve past any person. You feel what I'm saying? Especially when there's, a two lane traffic. So what I'm saying is he did come out and he did come very fast. You feel what I'm saying? And then he swerved back into his lane. But if anybody that was in that other lane coming on, going, they probably would get scared to the fact that somebody's in their lane. But she didn't say none of that. This is what she said that he swerved and made her, which he did. But if she would have said that, you know what I mean? I was paranoid because, you know what I mean, I felt like he was coming into me, then that would be a better excuse instead of making it seem like he did swerve into them. You see what I'm saying?
I get it.
It's reckless action. My dude just got a ticket from doing that. They was, they was actually hiding, watching, you know what I mean, in the cuts. And he did the same thing. And they gave him a ticket from that and made him take a little class or whatever. But that is, reckless driving. When somebody is on the other side that has no driving skills, probably will get paranoid and may try to swerve off thinking that you're coming into the traffic. Nowadays, you can't tell, you know what I mean, if somebody using a car as a weapon. But it's still no excuse because she had enough time to, you know what I mean, react. But it depends on, you know what I mean, the age. Now, we seen a picture. She looked like kind of, you know what I mean, but that could have been a younger picture. It could have been, you know what I mean, she don't need to be on the road. I don't know. I'm making up excuses, but it could be considered as reckless endangerment.
All right, run the video.
Additionally, troopers determined that less than 10 minutes after the crash occurred, evidence supports that Laci's first outgoing phone call was to a Baton Rouge area personal injury and defense attorney. After consultation with the Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office on January 2nd, 2025, an arrest warrant was signed on January 8th, 2025 through the 17th Judicial Court for Kyron Laci. In coordination with his attorney, Laci was arrested on January 12th, 2025 at the Lafourche Parish Correctional Center. The driver of the Kia Cadenza was initially issued a citation for following too close, which was later amended to driving left of center. This incident resulted in numerous injuries and loss of life. All involved victims deserve a thorough and complete investigation based on all available factual evidence. Additional investigative reports and videos can be utilized through the Trending Topics link on the GovQA platform.
So there you have it, y'all. Another perspective and everything else. Like I said, I'm still, this man was innocent, Karima. I mean, he got back in his lane. Okay, and these bozos, for whatever, they're non-driving behinds, caused their own accident, but they want to, but crackhead Joe wants to put it on Kyron Lake because he was the big fish. Like I said, yo, the lies, that's that part. I can't let that go. Okay, this is irregardless, this young man is dead. And like his mother said, no apology on the planet could, I wouldn't want to hear it either. There's nothing that you can say to me. There's no wrongful death lawsuit, no amount of money they could give to her that could erase the pain she gonna suffer now behind her child gone. But this is a cautionary tale, you all. All right? As we continue on, the conversation continues. Right now, Attorney General Liz Murrill is investigating further regarding potential police and prosecutorial misconduct. And so what we're going to do now, all right, let me see who's talking. Or we're going to just continue on with the conversation. Hood Malate, yep, you pulling some nice scriptures here, Proverbs 13:21. Evil pursueth sinners, but to the righteous good shall be repaid. All right. Sinners are trapped and caught by their own evil deeds. Okay, good stuff. And I Am Manna welcomes Salaya Benyar, welcome. And you're right. I'm glad you got all the scriptures going on, Cook Malate, because this needs to be said. But you know what though? Let's continue on, because if you think this case is bad, we getting ready to go into, hour number 3, y'all. 2 hours already. Man, it's funny. It is incredible how time flies. But as you can see, the seventh answer, baby, and I, baby Hebrew, we on the case. We like Inspector Gadget. We always on duty. Okay? And here it is. Whatever we go through in our personal lives, we war on in the spirit of our God who created us to be who we are, to bring this medium to you. All right? To get you all out there thinking as well. And we're not afraid to cover all aspects and all angles, as you can see. As you can see, I had to backtrack on some of my earlier thoughts and now include others. I just thought it was Tyler Warner and the DA. Now you got everybody out there lying. Damn. But anyway, now we're going to go into the case of Mingo Demond Allen. Yo, if you think Kyron Lacey's bad, if you ain't heard about this dude, oh my God, brace yourself. Because it's ugly. Real ugly. Okay, run the video, Karima.
Police investigated the fatal crash. The troopers say the late LSU star Kyron Lacey.
Chris Joseph reports Lacey's attorney alleges the state police coached a witness, and new video shows Lacey was behind the vehicles involved in the crash.
Did you compile anything new?
I've got everything.
Over the weekend,
Okay,
the
see,
home of
hold on.
television station
Stop the video.
HTV public.
Stop. See, I thought, okay, like how Teddy Ryan said, oh, you thought it was over? I thought it was over too, but seventh answer, she got to give us one last gut punch. All right, run it, seventh answer, go.
This video with attorney Matthew Ori. Ori shared video he says came from a December 2024 crash that ended with the death of former Marine Herman Hall. State police arrested Ori's client, LSU wide receiver Kyron Lacey, on charges of hit and run, driving with serious injury or death, reckless operation with accident, and negligent homicide. The troopers alleged Lacey caused the crash while illegally passing in a green Dodge Charger.
At some point in time, you're going to see the collision, which we're going to know is vehicle number 2 from oncoming traffic colliding with the vehicle of Mr. Hall. You will see another vehicle come to a stop, and then you'll see Kyron Lacey come to a stop.
Ori provided HTV records that he said were from the Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office. Ori says the records show Lacey had passed 4 cars and was back in his lane before the crash happened. Ori also says Lacey's Charger was more than 72 yards behind the vehicles when they crashed. He outlines what he calls other inconsistencies. He shows body camera video where a trooper appears to suggest what a witness should report. Ori says that trooper instructs the witness to include he had to brake to avoid hitting Lacey's Charger.
Just make sure you add in there that you had to slam on your brakes, and the brakes, you had to slam on the brakes to avoid that Charger, and the brakes locked up to avoid that Charger.
Ori says the witness did not sign that report. The Lafourche Parish DA's office confirms it conducted its own report. It says the evidence submitted in the crash report does not support that Kyron Lacey should have known that his actions were the cause of the crash that happened approximately 72 yards in front of him. Attorney General Liz Murrow released a statement saying she has been in touch with the state police about reviewing all the witness statements and evidence in the case. State police did not respond to our request for an interview, but told our sister station WAFB that it conducted a detailed investigation. Lacey killed himself in Houston after a police chase 2 days before the
So
fatal crash. Case
translation,
went to a
translation.
grand
Here
jury.
we go. Hold on. Translation. So translation. Check it out. You hold something. Here what's gonna happen.
He's going to change the way
Not,
things are
listen,
done.
listen up. Okay.
He's going to make people Karen Lacey
Kareem,
before the next
Kareem, stop the
investigation
video.
to say,
Stop the video real quick.
hey, hold on.
Translation. Okay, if you can hear
We
me.
got to look at a few other things here.
No, that's not. Translation, as Liz Morrell is going to look into this case, 9 times out of 10, if she don't go after the police, she going to go after some of those. They may put the witnesses on the sacrificial chopping block. Okay? Because clearly now we see this angle here is showing this man was not involved in the accident. Damn. Heads are gonna roll. Heads are gonna roll. Ain't no getting around it. Run the video, Karimo.
We reached out to attorney Matthew Ory for our own interview, have not heard back. LSU head coach Brian Kelly addressed the news briefly today.
I don't have any facts here. I'm following it just like you guys are. Let's just be patient and make sure that all the information gets out. He's loved by us, was loved before and is loved after. So, there's not really a need to talk to our team. They follow it. They love Kyron. He was a great teammate, and he's going to be missed.
Now, Kelly says universal statements on the case at this point would not serve anybody.
Okay, and with that being said, as you can see, like I said, we're gonna continue to follow this case as it's ongoing. We're gonna follow, and we'll keep you all posted. But now, Seventh Answer, because you gave previews on this a couple of nights back, and we have yet to get into the case, but we got to get into this case here. This goes back to April of 2025. Okay, you bringing up H. Brett Brown? Okay. For those, this is I forget what his Muslim name is, but you're looking at a picture of H. Rap Brown, one of the former leaders of the Black Panther Party. Something happened to him? Something? Did he die? Or something? I don't know. Okay, because I want to go into if possible.
He's in the video. He's in a video.
Oh, he's in the video. Okay. What video was okay? Mingo DeMar Allen?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what, Stan? Listen, you all. This involves. Oh, right. You know what? I just realized this is a clip from Runaway Slave. Okay. My bad. Okay, y'all.
Hold on. You ain't watching these videos? I make sure I watch it before I play it.
Okay, let me. Okay, you know what? My bad. Listen, we talked about it, but I went and I picked up a brother who hosts a channel called Runaway Slave. We both were taken aback on the issue, and I'm gonna give his spin on the issue. We gave our spin on it, but DeMar, before there was Trey Reed. Back in April 2025, you had Mingo DeMar Allen. Now, listen to this case, y'all. From another perspective, Runaway Slave. Take it away, Karima, Seventh Answer. My bad, y'all. I'm speedballing over here a little bit, too. Go.
It's greatly appreciated. Anybody who would like to support the channel, the link to my book, The N-Word is No Secret in the Service, is in the description of every video. We also have the Runaway Slave store, link in the description. Go grab yourself a souvenir or something like that. Let's cook. Mingo DeMar Allen II. Now, this is a very unfortunate story right here out of Birmingham, Alabama. Now, back in April, this young black man right here, 30 years of age, he was found in a park, hanging from a tree with jumping cables around his neck. His family's like, no. He didn't do this to himself. Of course, you know how they always do when they find a black person like this. They say the S word. His family's like, no, that's not how it went down. And being that they haven't been getting any answers, his mother, his father, they're demanding answers from the Birmingham Police Department, the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, or the SBI. Haven't been working with them the way they want to. They've been very critical of them. So what they've did now was they've went to social media. They went to social media and they're airing it out. They're letting people know how they feel. They're saying that, no, these people, they've been curbing us. They haven't been doing anything for us. They do have a GoFundMe for this brother right here. All kinds of stuff with this case, people. They weren't provided with an autopsy report. They just told them, case closed, no explanation. Your son is in a park in a tree with jumping cables around his neck. Okay? Now, I'm going to let you listen to his parents. Then we'll come back because they're tired of it. They took to social media.
Now, stop the video for a second. Good
morning, everyone. So
now, the video that we presented, and we talked about it earlier, but I couldn't really go into it. But the seventh answer gave you all a preview. Let me give you a rundown real quick before what we uncovered. What we uncovered that this young man was not only was his body found, right? But like similar to what happened to Michael Jordan's father, who was murdered in North Carolina, still to this day under questionable circumstances, they cremated this young man's body before the parents could actually see his body. They gave his body back over to his so-called mate, lover, whatever she may have been to him, and he was cremated. It take me back to Michael Jordan's father, who died under mysterious circumstances. They blamed two local boys for the killing of Mr. Jordan, all right? But Michael and his family never got to see his father because they cut off his father's hands and then cremated his body. Make that make sense. It's the same scenario. Go ahead, run the video, Karima.
we are doing this video because we need answers. This was really our last resort. It's something we did not want to do. We did not want to have to come to social media, but Birmingham Police Department is giving us no other choice. So our oldest son, Mingo Demond Allen II, they claim was found hanging from a tree in Birmingham, Alabama, found hanging from a tree. So we have done all of the proper protocol, and this was back in April. So we have submitted the open records request that they recently just denied, which is why we're having to make this video right now. Also, the other thing is the detective, dealing with the detective, dealing with the police department, making requests to the mayor's office. It has gone nowhere. We keep getting the runaround. We referred the case even to the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, which is our state Bureau of Investigations, and yet they still chose to stonewall even them. So we know that something is wrong, and we want to figure it out. So the only, I think what is the most crazy thing about this is that our son was missing. And I'll let my husband elaborate more on that because he was more a part of that firsthand than I was because I was at work at the time. But our son was missing. And when I think it was like the next day, we received a call from the coroner's office and we had to actually identify his body. So at that moment, they had a picture and I asked, could we see his body? Because like the case number, they had like the plaque over his neck on the case number. And I was like, well, we were just so confused and so distraught at the time. So needless to say, the very next day, unbeknownst to us, his body was released to his spouse. And when it was released, our son was cremated. So this is what we have of our son. And it was mailed to us by a third party, which we are grateful for. But this has been traumatizing. It has been a lot. And we just want answers. So they said that our son died suicide by hanging. And so if he did indeed die by suicide, which there was a note, if he did die by suicide, then we just wanted to understand why, because then that will make us advocates for, suicide prevention or whatever. They've been giving us the runaround, so we don't know what's going on right now. And we just want answers.
And this is I know the Birmingham Police Department, this is a case number to y'all. This is our child.
Yep.
He was a grown man, but this is our child.
Yes.
There's people that love him. He has a daughter. He has family. He has friends. And the lack of empathy, the pushback, the lack of consideration. I'm at this place with it at this point. I don't want to talk to the mayor's office. Tried that.
They didn't contact us back.
I don't want to talk to the police department.
They had a sergeant from the police department call us instead of the mayor. But go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
This is a closed case. And from everybody I've spoken with, open records should be given to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
We can't have them as their parents. We referred this to Aaliyah.
Alabama Law Enforcement Agency.
And it took them a couple of months to get the case. And then when they got it, they're telling them no. So if this is such an open and shut case, why can't nobody see what happened?
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what happened. We will never stop.
Never.
Never, ever stop. I want to know what happened, and I want all of this information given to Aaliyah today.
And we already have a special agent assigned. Birmingham Police Department is not cooperating with him. Like I stated just a few minutes before, when I reached out to the mayor's office, the first lady who took my information, apparently, she told me to call, that somebody would contact me within 14 days. I decided to follow up, me being me, and I called back, and they had no record of my phone call. So the other lady actually took down my information, and then that evening, I received a call around between 6:30 and 7 o'clock at night from a sergeant at the police department. It almost was like they were trying to intimidate us to stop, and I'm not going to stop.
And the crazy part about it is they insult our intelligence and told us we can't have the open records because we're not next to kin. But when they needed somebody to identify the body, we were next to kin then.
Mm-hmm.
Stop playing games with us. I don't know what was done. I do not know what somebody didn't do.
Yeah.
I'm not accusing anybody. But what I am
Stop,
saying is
stop,
somebody's going to
stop.
tell us what happened.
Stop. Ladies and gentlemen, as you're watching this, all my night owls, all you out there, that's, just sacrificing and listening to all this information that we're bringing to you. Okay. For all you out there working the night shift and you are tuned in and now you wide awake as we bring these cases to you. Listen, when you enter the elements of lying, denying, alibying, and conniving, these are all the sums of what? Corruption. It's just that simple. All this stonewalling and pushback that they're getting is because their son was murdered, and they know it. They know it. He was found hanged by way of jumper cables. They know what happened. That's why they didn't turn his body over to them. All they got was his ashes, a portion of his ashes. Now, how disrespectful is that? How are they not next of kin when they're his parents? This is an evil world that we have inherited. And this has got to stop. Okay? They know their son was murdered. I feel it in my bones that man was murdered. There are some evil, malevolent forces out here. Like I said on the previous conversation, as it continues, there is a malevolent, overt and covert war now being declared on black people out here. We the children of Israel, whether you want to believe it or not. Oh man, we know what this is. Let's stop playing. Go ahead, run the video, Kareem.
And over the course of the next few weeks, we're going to do videos telling how we've been treated throughout this whole process, so y'all can see what we have been through since April. I have literally been chasing my son, our son, since April 2nd. It will be October next week. This is crazy. It's crazy. So that's all we have to say for right now. Birmingham Police Department Homicide Division. Do us right.
And the detective, we found out that he was with the homicide division while we were identifying his body. They had him, and nobody even contacted us from the Birmingham Police Department. The detective actually contacted me because I called and left 2 messages, and that was over the course of the weekend. And our son, by the time he called us, our son had already been cremated, and his spouse had already left the city. So I'm just saying, we need to know what happened. And we need to know now. Y'all, please help us. We need your help.
Seventh answer. Now, I don't know about you. I've been looking for pictures of his spouse. What she looked like. But I haven't come up with anything. Have you? Because this is not making no sense. Hold up. Not only did this heifer have that young man's body cremated in conjunction with Birmingham, Alabama PD. She didn't skedaddle and left town and not talking to the parents. What that smell like to you, seventh answer? Am I reaching? I want to know what she looked like.
Right.
Straight up, man. Now, hold up. Here it is. Let's say if I was married, my wife gets murked, and then her parents come trying to talk to me, but I don't got nothing to say. I pack up and skedaddle, get ghost. That means I was in on that, obviously. But maybe that's just me. Come on, man. That young man, Mr. Allen, was murdered. Ain't no getting around it. And if the spouse turns out to be white, I might be speculating. She know what happened. That's why probably she got ghosts, but she ought to talk. She owe the parents enough to talk to them. Anyway, run the video, Karina.
Please spread this, share this, y'all. Please, we need help.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Condolences to the family of Mingo. This is really messed up. And also, people, if I forget, remind me to put that GoFundMe in the pinned comment for anybody who wants to donate to this family and what they're trying to do to get justice for their son, Mingo. This is messed up. And I got to say this, and when I'm saying this right here, it has nothing to do with these parents. They tried to do the right thing. They said, okay, we're going to let y'all do your investigation. You're supposed to bring us answers. That's what you do. That's your job. They haven't been getting that. So now they have to take to social media, okay? But this is for any black person right here. It's not his parents. They just happen to be the subject right here because of what happened to their son. Here's what I know. Based off of what this Birmingham Police Department is doing, they know what happened to their son, Mingo. They know this, and this is why they're responding like this. They will never, ever, ever tell you, okay? The white community there would never tell you. This is called Pell Voltron. This is how it goes. This is generational practice, rituals, things that they do, okay? Black people don't put other black people in trees in Alabama. This is what white people do, okay? And when they do these things, they do not break Pell Voltron. They will not. The best that could happen for them as far as getting some answers is if one of those white people drops some notes, some anonymous clues, some white person who just wants to be a better person, and they do it anonymously. They drop some clues off to Mingo's parents' house or somebody that makes sure it gets to them. That's about it, okay? This is a person who will definitely be concerned about their safety, but they can also do this. It's been done before. So if anybody is out there from the white community who wants to be a better person, who may want to, do the right thing for some horrible things that they did in life in the past and try to balance it out while they're still on earth, go ahead and do that. Get some clues to these parents. I know, you know, your people would do whatever to you, but do it anonymously. There's ways to do this. But that's the only way that they'll get any information from the white community here. That's the only way, if somebody does that. People, do you remember the situation? We covered this many times. Rasheem Carter, Mississippi. I don't know if you remember that after this happened to him, there was a little white boy. There was a little white boy who was related to the family that owns the property where Rasheem's body was found. And all these people are connected. The people who did this, Luke Clements, his supervisor, this property, the police, they're all connected. They're all friends. They all know each other, okay? All of that. But the family who owns the property where Rasheem's body was found, there's a little boy. He looked to be in like middle school, okay? He's in class running his mouth, talking about what he's seen, how he's seen Rasheem's body. I mean, he even got graphic with it. Somebody in that class recorded him, and that was that. Never heard from this boy again. I don't know where he's at. I'm not saying they did something to him, but they definitely did something to him. I'm not saying that they took his life, but people act like this don't exist. The boy was there talking about it. And even with that, there's no white person who has gotten in trouble for what happened to Rasheem Carter. They know everything that happened to him. Everybody knows.
But Karima, stop for a second. Now I gotta echo you when we talked about the issue of when we talking about when we just talking about Kyron Lacy. Okay, and all of this, take note. No picture of the wife, no picture of the spouse. We seeing the pictures of Mr. Allen's family. We keep seeing pictures of him. But where's the wife? Where's his spouse? Okay? Unless he was gay. I don't know. I'm just saying. But why we don't see the picture of the spouse who had all this power to have his body cremated? And Salah Ben Yah, you raised an interesting point when you said you don't think that's his ashes. You think his organs were taken, then maybe he was burned later. Could be. But my point is, Karima, like you said earlier, why all the secrecy around what his spouse, he or she, looks like? I'm gonna go with she. And I'm willing to bet now $1 to a donut until I see otherwise, she white. And that's probably why he dead. And the Rasheem Carter case, we talked about that here on the Lions Den, and we brought that out as well about that white boy that got missing after he talked about what he saw regarding that kid in Mississippi. Yeah, see, look, whether we want to face it or not, I'm going to keep repeating it over and over. There's a covert and overt war on our people, and all these black folk turning up dead left, right, and center. It's not by accident. It's by deliberate grand design, and I'm going to prove it to you after we finish doing this review from runaway slaves' point of view on this case. Go ahead, Kramer.
So this situation right here with this young brother really messed up. Calling for the white community to possibly come with some answers or tell them what happened, they're never going to do it. And this is no slight to the parents because they got to do what they have to do. They have to do something. But the white community is not going to do that. In this situation right here, I see they said something about the wife. She got their son cremated without the parents being aware. Why did she do this? They said that she left town. Why did this woman leave town? Who is she? What's her name? Why was she able to do this and just leave and probably live comfortably now? I don't know. Who is she? Is she white? Is she black, Mexican, what? Who are her family members, her grandparents, her peoples, all that? Why did she even have his body cremated that fast? When any adult person in their right mind who cares about somebody knows that a full investigation needs to be done and a cremation will be counterproductive to that. Why did his wife dislike him or not care so much You know, who is she? Who are her people? Nobody that cares about you would do that. Because here's my thing. The family would not get justice from the state. That's not going to happen. Some investigator could come in and tell them, look, I looked into all this. This ain't right. This don't look right. Your son didn't do this. But that'd be it. We already know that. They already know that. These people are not going to break Pell Voltron. They're not going to tell his family anything unless somebody, again, anonymously drops some clues on them, you know, in the mailbox or whatever, keeps it moving. These people already know how to keep it low. They know that they have been doing this stuff for hundreds of years. They've done it many times. These white folks have protocols and memos and rule books that are in their hearts. They don't even have to be told. They have stories. This is normal to them. You know what I mean? And don't get this confused. Even the black people in law enforcement, I don't care if you got a black police chief or whatever, he's one of them also in this case. They represent the white community. This is how messed up this situation is right here. Do people realize that his family, who looks like they love him and cared about him, they can't even call forensic specialists to have his body re-exhumed and do science on it? That's a wrap.
Yeah.
Call the best, if they had the most money in the world, they couldn't even call the best forensic scientists or whatever, exhume his body. They can't do that because his wife told these people to cremate him, I believe. You see, his mother held up the bag. She held the bag up. So these people have no reason to ever say anything. They don't have to. They don't even say it if they have all the clues against them. 100% evidence. They still won't. You know what I mean? So in this case right here is even worse. It would just take, it would have to be a person to come forward to say, you know what, and drop something anonymously on the family, because the white community will take them out as well. That's what they don't play around with their own people. They will feed their own people to the crocodiles or the pigs or whatever for breaking Voltron. You know what I mean? This is really messed up. This is why I think when this stuff happens, black people have to immediately get loud, straight like that. Now his family is now, because they were waiting for the police and the people to do their job. And I'm not saying it to get critical, super critical of them, because who prepares and knows what to do when this happened? Who prepares to speak about this? You know what I mean? So they were waiting for these people to do their job. This happened in April. These people aren't doing nothing, and they're not. So now they're taking to social media and they're saying what they need to say. But I'm not saying that they won't get justice, but they're not going to get justice from these people in Alabama, this state or whatever. It's not going to come from them. I'm not saying that they won't get justice at all, but these people aren't going to break. They're not going to say nothing. You know what I mean? Maybe his parents will, his family, but not from them. That's not going to go down. He's a member of Kappa Alpha Psi, I believe I read. They need to be coming up with some funds and all that. I mean, why else would somebody be in these groups? I'm kind of being sarcastic, because these Greek Negro groups, they don't care about, like, you know what I mean? But this is really messed up. People, get in the comments. Let me know what you think about this, what you know about this. Easy.
And we're back. Yeah, see, like I said, there are a lot of voices out here. And we're willing to bring you some. We're bipartisan enough to bring you different voices and everything else. But you know how we do our own digging and all that. Like I said, we're not going to make statements without proving it. Okay? Now, before we go, I'm going to, for my night owls, rock out with us, roll out with us, stand by. We're going to go into the case of Demetrius Moore. But before we do that, Seventh Answer, do me a favor, right? If you can get a picture, either Sade Robinson or Rania Lewis, or if you can get them both and bring them up, I want to point something out to the listening audience. I'm gonna take y'all back to 2023, okay? And it was a case that we covered here on, the conversation continues. But I want to just show you that when I say there's a covert and overt war on Black people across the board in this country now, and I don't care who gets offended by my saying it, but it's clear as day. When you had when Joe Biden was in office, I'm not even gonna count Kamala Harris. I'm talking about Joe Biden, who refused to give, the Democrats, when they were in office, and the Republicans aren't gonna do it, but when they refused to give us an anti-Black protection bill, anything at all, nah, he rolled it up and gave it to the Asians. All right? But I'm going somewhere with this, and I want, when seventh answer, if you can draw up either Rania Lewis or Shadi Robinson, I'm gonna take y'all back to 2023. It was a case that we covered here on the Conversation Continues. We have video and everything, but it's been some years now. But I'm gonna take y'all to Missouri, Excelsior, Missouri. This goes back to the case of Timothy Haslett, 39-year-old Timothy Haslett, a white supremacist serial killer. Where am I going with this? See, right now in Houston, Texas, you have 15 bodies, 15, that have been found dead. The dumping ground in a particular bayou within the Houston area. The majority of the victims being Black women. We've seen, right now there's an estimated, at last count, 75,000 Black women alone, just Black women alone, missing in this country. All right, that is epidemic proportions, but it's not talked about like it should be. Okay, we done seen in these last number of years or months several cases involving Black women being found dead after they go out here swirling or caught up in unfortunate affairs. Rania Lewis and Shadi Robinson being the latest two. But before them, back in 2023, there was a white supremacist serial killer out of Excelsior, Missouri. Now, his name was Timothy Haslett. Okay? And in that time frame, a number of Black women within the Kansas area, in the Kansas City, Missouri area, to be exact, were being abducted. We found out later on. But they were turning up missing. And you had, at the time, one Bishop Timothy Caldwell in the 85th Street Prospect Housing Community were going to the police, going to them, begging them, saying, listen, there is someone killing our women. They're kidnapping Black women, and they're turning up dead. We need for you guys to investigate this. And the media and the Kansas City, Missouri police ignored and denied it. There's nothing wrong. Now, you're looking at the picture of Rania Lewis, but here's where I'm going with this. In this same case, all right, Bishop Timothy Caldwell in the 85th Street Housing Prospect Committee took their cause to the Black and Missing Foundation, and they pressed on. And as it would turn out, those Black women that were missing were taken by Timothy Haslett, 39 years old. His name is spelled Timothy, Timothy, Hasletti. You can look this up, Excelsior, Missouri. This dude was found with 4 bodies. Okay? That's just 4 within that particular realm of where he was caught. 4 bodies. Black women cut to pieces. The 5th victim, or potential victim, she was able to escape. By God, I'm gonna say by God's grace, if you want to put it that way. All right? But they removed, the police and the investigators removed bags of evidence. He chopped them up into pieces. All right, forgive me for being so brutal in my descriptive, but you can't make what's ugly pretty. But do you see the modus operandi among these people, man? But he was a white supremacist. I want you to understand, he was in a group. And see, the Kansas City, Missouri police, they knew that Bishop Timothy Caldwell in the 85th Street Prospect housing community, they knew they were right. And they were stonewalling. The Kansas City local news knew these people were right. And they were stonewalling until the Black and Missing Foundation got involved. And the trail led to a known white, he was known, Timothy Hasletti. So don't sit up here and tell me that the Irwin Shaw and this Rob Johnson dude who killed Sade Robinson, I got to look up his name. But anyway, those 2 Klan cave bears that killed Sade Robinson and killed Rania Lou, don't tell me they weren't known by investigators. You better believe that's not their first time doing that. Okay? That's what I mean by overt and covert war. These people are doing this on purpose, man. And you better understand what we are dealing with and what we are up against. And the Lord said that in these last days, in this time, this man of sin, this man of perdition in hell will reveal himself. They're revealing who they are. As the narrator of the Runaway Slave series said, they have had hundreds of years to perfect these techniques. Okay? And Donald Trump, make no mistakes, and the Republican Party have really given the green light. Especially that Stephen Miller dude has really given the green light to go hard body and in the paint. So we have to face some realities out here. Now, I want to move on to the case of Demetrius Moore. Okay, I sent videos on that. Let's go into that real quick because we gave you a preview of it, but we couldn't really go into detail like we wanted to. But see, we here on The Conversation Continues, we're unrelenting, we're fearless, and we are on our case. And what mainstream, so-called mainstream media won't do, we gonna do it. We're not waiting on anyone to do it. We're not waiting. We don't need anyone's permission to do these things. This is our responsibility, and so we doing it. And there are other voices of Black media. We are here doing it. And as you can see, we bring the facts. We bring nothing but the frequently accurate, correct truths, nonstop. And I want you to hit that smash and like button. That's all you got to do, because we're doing this for absolutely free. See, we don't have to worry about no sponsors telling what we can and cannot do.
I want to
Okay, go ahead, Seven. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Bring this out.
All
I want
right,
to bring this
Seven,
information out because it's still lining in with Troy Reed. So I want to really note that, and it's still dealing with the reason why I want to bring this information out before we go anywhere else. But
take
the
it
fact
away.
that not only he was hung that day, it was actually another person hung that day too, that they have not spoke on. And it was a European. He was hung that same day that Troy Reed was hung on a tree. They have not spoke on him. They have not made it highlight or nothing. One thing I noticed is they made his case be a homicide case, a murder. But for some reason, they kind of sweeping his case under the, kind of like being quiet about his case. But it was two people that was hung that day. Troy plus a European. And I'm going to show you that. I'm not understanding why they're not speaking on him. But he was a homeless guy and he was hung. I don't know if he was his connection. You know, I don't know if he was a witness of the incident. I don't know. But he was actually hung too, the same day, same time. And then I want to go on to the fact that there was other people that were other brothers, like this one brother, he just moved out there and he ended up dying. He only been out there like 3 weeks or whatever, but he moved out there. He ended up, you know, being hung or whatever. Then I want to go on to the fact that there was 250 bodies behind a prison out there. And the only reason why they discovered that is because they was looking for a missing brother who they discovered, you know, was murdered. And they end up discovering other bodies. Now, from allegedly that they said the inmates is the one that buried them. So they're not inmates. They're actually, you know, have nothing to do with, you know, inmates. They actually, and then it was another brother that I wanted to bring out, but I want to go past these real quick, speak on it, and then we can get back to what you was talking about.
Take it away, Seventh Answer. Take it away.
This is 23-year-old James Cooper. He was found dead hanging from a light pole less than 2 weeks after moving to Mississippi.
Yeah, it was a light pole.
The sheriff immediately ruled it a suicide despite glaring evidence that it was a murder. James was planning to get his ID that same day that he went missing. He was scheduled to get a haircut the next day, and a down payment on an apartment had been paid, and he was to start a job all that week. Unbeknownst to James, who he thought was his girlfriend had already secretly told the landlord that they did not want to get the apartment. Interesting enough, this same female claimed that she phoned James's mother on May 8th, the day that he went missing. She said James's mother said that she had contact with her son James, and he said that he was in a nearby wooded area by water. However, James's mother said this is absolutely not true. She never had any contact with this female the entire time that James was missing. And interesting enough, that is precisely where James was found 2 days later. There is so much more evidence of foul play. Go to his website to learn more of the horrifying details. This is 23-year-old James Cooper. This is
21-year-old Trey Reed, a Delta State University student, was found hanging from a tree in the middle of the campus. Yesterday, some people were reporting that when his body was found, he had broken limbs. This is where a lot of people's suspicion came into play. And this morning, I saw this article that says 2 men were found hanging from trees in Mississippi on the same day. First was Trey Reed, and his body was found around 7 a.m. Police in Vicksburg received an alarming telephone call. The body of a male was discovered hanging from a tree in a densely forested area. The coroner identified the deceased as Corey Zucatis, 36 years old, white male. They claimed that he was homeless. So it was reported at 1:30 p.m., but his body was actually found at 10:30 a.m. And now these two tragedies that are so close in time and space, now generating even more speculation. And look, it could be just a very odd, tragic coincidence that like these 2 men were found hanging from trees the same day, or they could be related.
I've been walking with my face turned to the sun.
In the cemetery, shed so many tears.
I've been.
This is.
My son moved to Mississippi last May, and within 2 weeks, he was found dead hanging from a light bulb.
James Cooper's ex-girlfriend lied to James and told him that the doctors had told her that she had less than a month left to live, and the doctors had to remove the baby that she had just found out that she was pregnant with. James was heartbroken. James quickly drove this female to Mississippi so that she could supposedly spend her last days with her family. What James didn't realize was that she had told her family and other male acquaintances that he had been beating her, claiming that was the reason her life was ending. After arriving in Mississippi, in less than 2 weeks, James was found unalive, hanging from a tree. Please help this family get media attention so that it can get justice.
There's no way. No way he could have hung himself. No way he could have twisted that thing around his neck. The way the police described it at first, you thought possible because they said it was his duffel bag that he had wrapped around his neck, and then it was wrapped around a cable cord, but it's not. The whole fucking cable cord was wrapped around his fucking neck. The whole fucking cable cord.
Second grader hung in school bathroom by fourth grader. Parents speak out. So not only they going after the young men, now they going after the children. So for you blacks, that blacks, Hispanics, and natives that just love the YT people, here's what the Bible says about your love and your love for them, because you expect them to love you back. This is Ezekiel 35 and verse 5. This is going into Esau, Mount Seir, which is the AKA the YT man. It says, because thou hast had a perpetual hatred and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword in the time of their calamity, in the time that their iniquity had an end. So even though we was emancipated, these people are still chasing us down, even to 2025, still hanging us on trees. That's crazy. That's what you think, that the Israelites are crazy, or you want to say, oh, I'm not an Israelite, I'm just black. Here's what the Bible says. I know Christians love Galatians 3. Galatians 3 verse 13, it says, Christ had redeemed us from the curse of the law, talking about captivity. America is the last captivity. It says, being made a curse for us, but it is written, curses everyone that hangeth on a tree. So if you like to think that you're peaceful or you live great in America, God says, cursed it, every man that hanging on the tree. So you sit there and look at history. Who are the main people that's hung on trees? Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, which shows that we are under these curses. It's Deuteronomy 28. This is 65, but 66 is the point. Watch this. It says, thy life shall hang in doubt. It says, thy life shall hang in doubt before thee, and thou shalt fear day and night, and shall have no assurance of thy life. So you want to know, like when you get stopped by the police officers or whatever, you think that might be your last time living. Or you can go to school, you know, it's elementary, pre-K, you go to college, your life still gonna hang. Keywords, hang in doubt. That shows you that we are cursed as a people because we broke God's commandment. Second grader hung in school bathroom by
Over 200 bodies found in unmarked graves behind Jackson Jail. The bizarre disappearance of Dexter Wade led to the grisly discovery. The shocking discovery came months after Betterston Wade, the mother of 37-year-old Dexter Wade, filed a missing police report, hoping to find her son in 2023. After a brutal 6-month search with little to no help from Jackson officials, authorities finally notified Wade in August that her son had been fatally hit by a police car and buried in the unmarked cemetery. According to reports, Dexter was buried with his wallet, which had his ID and other documents with his personal information. Over 200 bodies found in unmarked graves behind Jackson Jail. The bizarre
Jackson, Mississippi, to be exact. It's been revealed 215 bodies were buried in unmarked graves behind a state jail in Jackson, of course. Attorney Ben Crump is now calling for an investigation. Families of the dead reportedly had no idea until last month. Some of them, those grave sites were only labeled by a number and a metal rod. Joining us to talk about it, activist Arthur Silky Slim Reed, who also works with Ben Crump.
So, Arthur, this started with Dexter Wade's case back in March, right? He was an individual who was hit by a police officer, and his family thought he was simply missing, but he was dead and buried, and no one notified them.
Well, the thing about it is that he had identification on him, Isaiah, and the medical examiner gave it to the lead detective, who said he called, didn't get an answer, and they didn't worry about doing anything else. What we're finding, Isaiah, is that Mississippi is Mississippi. It's an ugly Mississippi. And this is sad because now we have 6 other individuals that has been put into the same grave. And if you look at the video from when we first went to that site, buzzards were flying overhead. And we were trying to figure out, why are the buzzards flying overhead? But it's because they're putting them in shallow graves, and the only thing that they're putting them in is a body bag without embalming the bodies. So the stench from the bodies are drawing buzzards there. It's so inhumane for anybody to do anyone like that, Isaiah, is just horrible is what we can say. And that's not even a word that we should use in a situation like this. It's something that we haven't seen.
And what we're seeing here is over 200 people in this, what they consider a pauper's grave behind the county jail there. And what you guys are learning in your investigation is many of these families were never called, were never notified. Many of them still think their family members or thought their family members were simply missing, but they were dead and buried and never got a call from any investigators, any law enforcement officials or authorities in Jackson, Mississippi.
That's right. And one of the things that we faced being Mississippi is that they thought that we were playing the race card. We have white clients as well. There were white people that were buried the same way, Isaiah. And any human being that's buried the way that they're burying these individuals, it says a lot about the people that's doing this criminal act. And the only thing that we're asking, because people always look at us when we're out fighting for civil rights of individuals, the only thing that we're asking in this case, we want you to do the right thing and give them a humane burial. And the city is, You know, so it's crazy, Isaiah, to see something like that. It's 2023. It's not 1940. But to see them just dumping bodies in a grave like that, and no name, just a number. So they'll say, well, number 13, that's Arthur Reed. Number 21 is Isaiah Carey. But we don't really know until we get the remains. And then the remains had decomposed so bad, we just have to take them at their word. And when you look at the story, they told us that they would exhume this body at 12 noon, but they ended up taking this young man, Dexter Wade, out of the ground at 6:30, 7 o'clock in the morning. They say, we were not going to allow them to embarrass us with those cameras. If you're not embarrassed by what you're doing, it's shame on you.
Seventh Dance, you can hear me stop? Now, brothers and sisters, you heard us cover this story.
Incredible. Now you
Seventh
guys...
Dance, you can hear me? Yeah. We will now I had covered this issue, but Seventh Answer, you don't went and literally dug up something I had no idea about. I was talking about the 29 unsolved cases in Jackson. God damn, 215 bodies behind a prison wall. Oh, what the hell's going on in Mississippi? Go ahead, Seventh Answer, run the tape.
You all are asking for a federal investigation, that the feds come in and take a look at this and see exactly what's going on, because there's some questions as to Dexter Wade's death when he was hit by the police officer. Whatever happened with the officer in this case? And why wasn't his family ever notified that he was dead and not just a missing person? So bottom line, you want an investigation, right?
We think many civil rights were violated in Dexter Wade's case. Not notifying the family, burying him without permission when you knew who he was. That's the key issue right there. You knew who this individual was. And if you look at the Dexter Wade case, it's sad, but Dexter Wade's uncle was killed by Jackson police, and they knew the family because they was involved in an ongoing lawsuit with that family, with Attorney Sweets, who you're talking about. So this is very, very, very troubling for us for you to know this family already, and for you to do something like this. This was adding insult to already injury that you had done to this family, Isaiah.
Jackson, Mississippi, to be exact. It's been revealed 215 bodies were buried in unmarked.
So you're telling me 251 plus dead bodies were discovered behind a fucking prison in Jackson, Mississippi, and everyone's talking about Miami aliens? Much as we have been standing for every other country, which isn't wrong, we need to focus on just one state here in America right now. And if it wasn't sinister enough that these dead bodies were found behind a prison in Jackson, Mississippi, which is a sundown town, by the way, these dead bodies are not prisoners. Not only are these dead bodies not of Jackson State Facility prisoners, the prisoners in this Jackson, Mississippi prison were the people who buried them. So not only are these people in jail, but they were made to dig mass graves for dead bodies for people they did not know as part of their fucking sentence. Amongst these bodies, the amount of Caucasian bodies to what they have already found to be people of color, Black people, is off, okay? And the thing that I need people to understand is this is a huge racial thing. I don't care what nobody says. And this isn't a conspiracy. Apparently, it's going on and on and on and unraveling to the point where there have said to be a cop that actually killed someone and took him to that body to that prison and made prisoners bury that body in a mass grave. And this has just been going on. Mind you, I grew up in Jackson, Mississippi. I have grandparents that own land in Jackson and Bolton, Mississippi. And I literally went on field trips with my grandparents to cotton gins, and we could never stay out past sundown. Jackson, Mississippi is a sundown town, whether people think they still exist or not. One thing I'm going to use my platform to call attention to is that them fucking good old boys knew exactly what they were doing by making other prisoners bury fucking people in a mass grave behind the prison. Because if I make you bury someone, you think you're going to tell, or you're going to be back there too. I want you to look at these hundreds of metal poles, these hundreds of bodies. And people have come forth saying they have been looking for their family members. Their family members have been missing. And not only that, the morgue has come forth and said that they don't got shit to do with this. When you want some truth, go to fucking Reddit. So I'm on Reddit, and I'm going to tell you what really one of the main things that caught my attention. It said the reason that this is a news story is because Jackson authorities are not doing any kind of attempt to contact some of the families of missing persons that are found dead or murdered and just bury them in the graveyard behind the prison, which naturally means the police appear to also not be doing any work to investigate these deaths. Not all 215 bodies fit the classification, but there are several cases mentioned in various articles on the topic whose families thought the persons were still missing that came forward. And if you don't understand what happens with the good old boys and how tied in they are, you don't understand politics. If I, as a non-person of color in Jackson, Mississippi, catch someone who is a person of color out past sundown and I murder them, and the police are the first to get there, and instead of doing due justice to that person of color, because I'm also a non-person of color, guess what we're going to do? We're going to rally against to protect a fellow brother in arms, or whoever the fuck, a fellow white citizen. I'm just going to say white. I was trying not to say it. And we're going to go and we're going to bury that person behind that jail. Yeah, and no one's going to see it. Because you know what Jackson, Mississippi is? It's very rural. It's rural, and there is literally trees. And I'm telling you, the local Walmart from my grandmother's house is at least a 45-minute drive. And this shit is, I don't see any other content creators really talking about it, how it is going down, or seeing the bigger picture. But we have so much political shit going on right now. And you're telling me that there is not a fucking homicide investigation team out there investigating everybody? Because there are people of color in that grave. And I stand on that, and I think it's bullshit. Sorry you guys had to hear me rant, because I am going to do a more informational video. But I feel like as much as we are so focused on Stanley Cups, aliens, politics, and everything else that does not affect everyone in this moment of time in America right here with our 2 feet on this soil, we need to be worried about people being murdered and families finding missing bodies of loved ones behind a massive grave. And the only reason it was found is because it smelled so bad, because these bodies have not been embalmed. They have not had any after death, nothing done to them. They have just been thrown in a fucking grave and left there. I can't.
So, Jason the Great, you asked, what did you miss? Brother, you're going to have to rewatch this in its entirety later on. You missing a whole lot. But you are now catching up on a story that we covered earlier, but now 7 Answered and went way down again. Jungle deep. Mississippi, something Mississippi is burning for real, man. I had 37 bodies. She done went and got 215 more. Yo, do you see why I'm saying, or why we're saying, let me not say we are saying there's a covert and overt war against us? Yeah, you had one lone white man who was hanged in the same day as Trey Reed was hanged, but damn, 250 some odd, that means 250 missing people have now been found. And these bodies, these black people are not just dying and being thrown in the grave by their own hand. There is clearly a malevolent force or forces doing these things, man. Now, let me see who's talking. Let's see who's out here. Oh, okay. Big Mississippi, I see you in the house. I'm glad you're here. Okay. All right. I know you live in Mississippi, but apparently you ain't been hearing what's going on. You can't say this is not what's happening in Mississippi, because I've uncovered 7 answers now. Uncovered. This is not nothing in fantasy land, brother. Come on now. So bottom line is, yo, all y'all out there, welcome as we continue on with the conversation. But 7th answer, you've outdone yourself on this one here. This one I thought we had uncovered it with Rasheen Carter. Damn. It's worse than I thought. And so we have to understand, tick, tick, tick. The clock is still ticking. It's about to explode out here. All right? So, as we continue on, 7th answer, can we get into the Demetrius Moore case real quick? Now, this case is out of Pine. If so, we're going to now take you to Pine Bluff, Arkansas. This is all over you all. Now, on Monday, the 7th answer had given you a preview of his case, Demetrius Moore. I sent them some more videos. We can cue them up. Pine Bluff, Arkansas. This young man was found on a property in a shed, hanged. Immediately, the Pine Bluff, Arkansas Police Department and investigators said that Mr. Moore committed suicide. Immediately, excuse me, I'm gonna put you on. Immediately, he committed suicide. There's only one problem with that finding, ladies and gentlemen. When Demetrius Moore was
He
found,
shut the door behind him.
Say again?
He shut the door behind him.
Yeah,
He shut the door behind him.
He shut the door behind him, but he locked the door from the from the outside. The shed was the shed was locked from the outside. The lock was on the outside of the door. So Mr. Moore shut the door, and not only shut the door before he somehow locked it, and the shed has no windows. Somehow he locked the damn door to 7th answer on the outside before hanging himself. Come on, man. Run the video, 7th answer.
In Dalloway area, a young man named Demetrius Moore, known to many simple as D, was found hanging in a shop. Since that day, authorities have released no official information about his passing or the circumstances surrounding it. Broken only by grief, questions, and updates shared by his family and friends. In deed of clarity, there has been finger pointing and a cloud of suspicious hanging over their very community where D lost his life. To those trying to deflect and cover up, we see you. And to those demanding the truth, we stand with you. Justice delayed and justice denied. D's family, his classmates, and his community deserves answers. And until justice is served, his name will not be forgotten. This is not just a story of one young man. It's called for accountability, transparency, and truth. Justice for D. Prayers for the family.
Have you ever wanted to see your home from space? With this free satellite Earth Maps tool, you can zoom right.
Yeah, sorry about that, y'all.
All right, peace and blessings, peace and blessings. All praises to the Most High. And here we have yet another suspicious hanging. This time it is in Dollarway, Arkansas, or Pine Bluff, Arkansas. A gentleman just called me a few minutes ago about Demetrius Moore, who was found hanging in a white man's shed, they said, and it was padlocked from the outside. Now, again, this happened on September the 14th, but the city of Pine Bluff just released a statement today, and that's about 3 weeks after a lot of social media posts, which I'm going to show you those posts, but I'm also going to show you that statement, which of course, you know what they're ruling it. They're ruling it the self-unalivement, as they always do. Now, before I show you these social media posts, which, you know, kind of sheds light maybe on what that other person was saying, because she said, for those of you trying to deflect, we see you. So, you know, one can take that as, you know, people trying to, from once again, you see, as it reads, the statement is October 3rd, 2025 for immediate release. A preliminary investigation by the Pine Bluff Police Department into the September the 14th death of Demetrius Moore, 37 of Pine Bluff, indicates that Moore died by the S word. According to the Pine Bluff Police Department's detective's office, the medical examiner's office ruled Moore's death an apparent S word by hanging. Detectives are awaiting the full autopsy report to include a toxicology screening before closing the case. Addressing social media chatter related to Moore's death, detectives also noted that the door leading to Moore's dwelling at 802 Moreland in Dollarway was not padlocked at the time of his death. Further information about this case will be released when the autopsy report is finalized. And so there you see a statement from the Pine Bluff City Police Department 3 weeks after this. So first of all, why did you wait 3 weeks to release this statement? Why did it take the people on social media informing the public what really happened for you to make this statement? Now, also, you heard them say the preliminary reports, as they always say. So if the reports are just preliminary and they haven't even came back yet, then why would you automatically rule that way? And then they say that they're going to include a toxicology screening. What does that have to do with the manner in which he was found? What they want to do is, you know, with the toxicology, see if any drugs was in the system, which, you know, kind of coincides with mental health. But the people of Pine Bluff and that surrounding area, I definitely don't believe that. There's other social media posts that I'm going to show you, which alludes to some foul play. And this is one that I guess seems very detailed or very close to the situation. This is a lady named Brandy Ann.
If you can hear me, if you can hear me,
you were detained.
If you can stop the video.
At any California women's prison, such as Chowchilla.
All right. What we're doing, right? We're covering the case of Demetrius Moore. And what I'm also doing, we gave you a preview of it, and we talked about it on Monday. But we tend to do here, we like to give you a well-rounded depth and scope to show that Black media is powerful. We out here. All right, we're bipartisan, and I'm bipartisan enough. We're bipartisan enough to bring in other Israelites who are also on the case and talking about it. This is Brother Richard Taylor. All right, and so he's going into his findings, coupled with our findings, and like I said, we are showing you that we're not pulling this stuff for pulling this out our behinds. We're on our job. And someone has to do it. And yep, you know what, Tyrone, I was anticipating that you would be here tonight, and with all that we're unearthing and all we're uncovering, you're going to get stuck on that black on black. I promised you that I was going to converse with you behind. I'm glad you're here, because I got something for you after we finish this case here. For all my night owls, welcome to the conversation continues here on the Lion's Den. We're going to continue dropping it. All right? And all y'all, if you missed it live, just watch the replay. We go all the way in. And Seventh Answer, she really outdid herself. Okay, as we continue this conversation and this flight. We talked about Kyron Lacey. We talked about Mingo Damon Allen. We're now talking about Demetrius Moore. We're talking about in Jackson, Mississippi, 251 bodies behind a prison now have been discovered. There's a lot of evil things going on. I talked about Timothy Haslett, a case that went on 3 years ago, a white supremacist who murdered 4 Black women and dismembered them, long before Shade Robinson and Rania Lewis. And now we're going into Demetrius Moore. We're going to continue on. In Big Mississippi, you stand by. I'm going to deal with you in that black on black. And
another case where the Hells Angels just got found guilty, like a whole member of Hells Angels just got found guilty of killing 4 Black dudes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. All right, run this video. We're gonna run this. We're gonna let this run out and everything else. This is Taylor House Publishing, okay, giving his take on the Demetrius Moore case with you in conjunction with what we got going on in our investigation. Run the video, Kareem.
She released this long post with some pictures. Says, let's talk about it. His family last seen and spoke with him in August. This female was messaging his family in August that he was already dead. He was found hanging September the 14th, 2025 in a shop that was padlocked from the outside. A certain news platform told me that they didn't report on it because the coroner ruled it a S word. I've been told a female gave a statement from her friend, a white male, who left before the police arrived, saying that he himself. How did he himself then padlock the shop on the outside? Why did Coop, and you're going to see who Coop is, why did Coop leave the scene before the police arrived? And why didn't police interview him based on Jody's statement? And so here we have Pine Bluff Department. We want answers and we want an investigation. Now, these are some text messages, I guess, from the girl that was claiming that, you know, he was already passed before he was passed. But this is also a picture. They're going to say, well, this girl gave a statement from a friend that left before the police arrived that he suspended himself. And this is, I guess, Cooper Woods, the friend who left the scene and was never interviewed, but was seen with scratches and bruises after Demetrius was found. And so these are some aspects of the case that would lead one to wonder that there's definitely some foul play. I always say that there's some foul play when a Black man is found under these circumstances. It is evidently to me that no Black man, knowing the history of, what that means and what has been done to Black people in America, would do that. But, the most troubling part is two things. One, they waited 3 weeks to address this situation and talk about it with the public. They didn't interview a witness who was there. But also they're saying that for this place was padlocked. Now they're going to dispute it because, of course, it doesn't fit this narrative. But a lot of people are saying it was locked from the outside. To talk with a member of his family to get some more details, but the gentleman definitely wanted me to make this known because this is a phenomenon that we keep seeing. The young brother at Delta State University, which we're going to have some information on that. There's another young brother out in Alabama as well, and we're going to bring you some information on that real soon as well. But this is something that you can't keep saying the same thing. And, these things are happening in towns and places where racism has abounded in. And, with this current political climate, it seems that, the things are just ramping up. And, they're, as a lot of people say, playing in our faces. But, rest in peace to our brother Demetrius Moore. I hope this video reaches, who it needs to reach. Randy Ann, you want to call me, anybody in Pine Bluff, you see my number 919-587-7782. I'm welcome to any information or correction in this video. My goal for making this video is to get the story out because evidently I couldn't find any news articles. The only thing you see is what? Social media posts. And so definitely there's something even suspicious about that. Why is there no news coverage? 7782. If you do like this content, make sure you subscribe to the channel to make sure these videos get more out into the internet space as needed. But I certainly once again offer my condolences to the family of Mr. Moore and his loved ones and his friends. And I thank you guys for watching, liking, sharing the video. And as always, I pray you have peace and blessings. Scripture says all things that are hidden shall be revealed.
Yeah. And as we continue on, now, as you can see, like I said, we do our job well. And we also bring in a well-rounded appetizer and dessert to make sure that you understand that we how good at what we do, how good we are at what we do. By the hand of the Most High, we're blessed. Our talents are absolutely superb. Now, Big Mississippi, yes, there is the human race. But right now, there's a lot of savagery that we cannot ignore. In Big Mississippi, I was hoping you'd come through, and I'm glad you're here. Let me see who's talking real quick. Shalaya Ben Yah, you was the late Theodore Wilson. Oh, sweet daddy. Tyrone, my brother, you are in trouble. Yes, you are. Seventh answer, do me a favor, please, as we're going to close out, because here we are in my neck of the woods. It's midnight, but I got a lot of energy. I cheated y'all a couple of days back, so I got to bring it to you and close it out big. Tyrone, Hakwadash, Big Mississippi, you are my inspiration on this one here. Would you please look up the last video I sent you? It should be Mr. Michael Harriot, the lecture on black crime being a myth. We're going to investigate this thing. And Tyrone, Brother Big Mississippi, this here is for you. Okay? As we get ready to close the show, and we're going to close it big. I have 2 videos. Now, we gave our breakdown in lies on the Charlie Kirk, the Candace Owens, the Officer Tatums, the Ben Shapiros have told about black folks. But this black on black goes way, way back. Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk were about 4 or 5 years old when this term black on black. A matter of fact, they weren't even born. Matter of fact, they weren't born when the term black on black crime created by Rupert Murdoch and Rush Limbaugh. All right? And you had some misguided rappers, you know, with the self-destruction. You had it for, Now, we broke down the entire myth of black on black crime, the made up statistics about black folks being 13% of the population and commit the most crimes. That is above. We broke that down to a science here on this on the Lion's Den. We broke it down for you. But we're gonna bring in some reinforcements, since Brother Tyrone has proven to be a little stubborn. But it's okay. This is for all you out there that might be fooled by these statistics. This is why we follow the Most High's directive, and that is produce your cause and then prove all things. So, in Hood Malata, your scripture game is on point. 1 Peter 4:17, for the time has come that judgment must begin at the house of the Lord. And if it first began at us, what shall the end be of them that obey not the gospel of the Lord? Good. Brother Tyrone, these are not made up statistics. As a matter of fact, if you go into the FBI and CIA compilations, okay, because believe it or not, there are times where they tell the truth, and you look it up completely, they give it to you straight about the truth about white criminality, who indeed commits the most crimes in America. And we're going to prove that to you tonight. And everyone else who might be on your train of thought and wonder and clearly dealing with some self-hate issues, possibly. I hope you have that video. Oh, yes, you do. So let's go into it. And Big Mississippi, this is for you. Listen and learn, my brother. Listen and learn. Each one teach one, reach one. Fair use. Go to work. Seventh answer.
Other fantastic creators is now on Means TV, the world's first anti-capitalist streaming service. I'll talk a little bit more about it at the end of the video. And I even have a nice little discount for you to check out as a thank you for supporting my channel. Hey, Did you know black people in the US are responsible for most of the crime in the US despite only being a small proportion of the population? Unbelievable, right? Well, yeah, actually, in this case, literally, it is not believable. This meme is built on a falsehood. The 13-50% haha so funny nonsense has been a staple of modern anti-black racism in the US, so let's break it down and see why it is nonsense. Known as the 13-50% meme, it's a statistic wielded by racists that claims that black Americans, who make up just 13% of the population, are responsible for 50% of violent crimes. This sounds damning, but only if you don't think about it for more than 5 seconds. The stat is pure bullshit. The truth regarding crime is far more complicated and interesting, and it's very important to firstly know.
He said, only if you don't think about it for 5 seconds.
I know you peeped that, right? There you go. Go ahead.
That crime statistics in the US don't really reflect who commits crimes, but rather who gets policed, arrested, and ultimately targeted by a centuries-old oppressive system that has adapted to the shifting attitudes towards being an overtly racist ghoul.
You're the person with the gun, the person who would.
This meme originated from FBI crime reports, specifically the Uniform Crime Reports and National Crime Victimization Survey. These reports focus on arrests and victim reports, not on the actual total of crimes committed. Arrest data reflects the decisions made by law enforcement, which are influenced by racial biases, of course, rather than serving as an accurate measure of who is actually committing crimes. But with very careful cherry-picking, racists who seek to uphold a certain level of oppression use this data out of context to make it appear that black communities are uniquely prone to violence, when in reality the number reflects the priorities and biases of a criminal justice system that has always disproportionately targeted black people. So let's dive into the truth.
In America, black people are treated very much as the Vietnamese people or any other colonized people, because we're brutalized. The police in our community occupy our area, our community, as a foreign troop occupies territory. And the police are there not to, in our community, not to promote our welfare or,
I'm sorry,
or our
could you
security,
set
our
the video?
safety, but they're there to contain us.
Seventh. Now, for those of you who may not be aware of who this gentleman was, he was one time in life known as Huey Newton, one of the founding members of the Black Panther Party, who was assassinated sometime later in Los Angeles. Okay, but let me just but now, Tyrone, don't go moving the goalpost. We are not arguing about, statistically speaking, blacks killing more black, but if you look at it, what we're arguing is that this ridiculous notion that you said Charlie Kirk and these other racist skunks being correct, that we commit the majority of the crime in America, and including the black on black crap. We're not arguing that. Don't move the goalposts now that we've proving and showing you to be incorrect. We're helping you. And check it out. This video is being made by one of your white brothers. So why are you so up in arms and not listening to your white brother if you don't want to listen to your black brother and your black sister and myself?
Clearly you got a hidden agenda.
Come on, baby. Come on, son. Come on now. Come on, big Mississippi. Come on, baby. Come on now.
The big, thick white ones.
You know what I'm saying? Come on, baby. Go ahead, Seventh Answer.
To brutalize us and murder us because they have their orders to do so.
In the United States, African Americans and their communities have always been treated with systematic surveillance, suspicion, and violence from the American state. Starting from slave patrols to keep slaves in line to Jim Crow laws and lynchings, Simply existing in the US as a black person was a danger to one's safety and life. In the modern era, the streets of black neighborhoods are patrolled by military-style police, similar to occupied territories and war zones. Schools are much the same, run like prisons. Over-policing has seeped into every corner of African American life, creating an atmosphere of fear coupled with invasive surveillance. This criminalization of black children starts in the classroom. Teachers and administrators view black children through a lens of racial stereotypes, treat them as suspects, and act like prison guards without these kids doing anything wrong. These biases lead to a self-fulfilling prophecy. Students who are labeled as troublemakers are treated as such, with some internalizing these expectations and acting accordingly, essentially being punished for things imposed on them. Legal scholar Jonathan Simon coined the term governing through crime to describe the way schools and social institutions treat children like criminals before they even commit a crime. The very structure of schools, from metal detectors to constant surveillance, mirrors the environment of incarceration itself.
I was standing outside for a long time and it's cold. Like I felt like I was like in jail.
This turns schools into breeding grounds for future inmates precisely because minor offenses are treated like violence, which will use jail and prison as the remedy. So it should come as no surprise then that black children are 3.5 times more likely to be suspended and 3 times more likely to be arrested than their white counterparts. Neighborhoods face similar conditions. Black students grow up under the constant watch of police officers who are trained to fear them and treat them as threats. This unrelenting surveillance serves to reinforce the idea that black children are inherently dangerous. This reinforces the internalized sense of criminality projected onto them. The overlapping presence of police in both schools and communities creates an environment where black children are never free from the watchful eye of the state or its institutionalized violence. Crime statistics in the United States do not reflect who commits the most crimes, but rather who is most heavily policed and arrested. This cannot be overemphasized. Over-policing in black communities drastically inflates crime statistics that are then, by a spectacular feat of circular reasoning, used to quote-unquote prove that African Americans are more prone to criminality. Black neighborhoods are subject to far more intense surveillance than white neighborhoods, which naturally leads to more arrests and prosecutions. This over-policing is not a reflection of higher crime rates, but of the biases inherent in the criminal justice system, which consistently over-targets black populations. For example, in New York City, stop-and-frisk policies almost exclusively targeted black and Latino men, leading to wildly inflated arrest statistics despite the indisputable fact that they were no more likely to be engaged in so-called criminal behavior than whites. In fact, this cycle, where arrest statistics are used to justify the continuation of oppressive policies, fuels the perception that black communities are more dangerous, further embedding these biases into both public policy and societal views.
To end the drug menace and cripple organized crime.
The war on drugs provides one of the clearest examples of how over-policing skews crime data. Despite using drugs at nearly identical rates, black Americans are far more likely to be arrested for drug-related offenses than white Americans. In 2019, for example, black Americans made up 26% of all drug arrests, even though they represent only 13% of the population. These arrest rates are driven by aggressive policing strategies in black neighborhoods, not by higher rates of drug use. These disparities in arrest rates feed the perception that black people are inherently more prone to criminality, while white drug use, which occurs at similar rates, largely goes unpunished. These statistics also reflect systemic inequalities in sentencing. The 100-to-1 sentencing disparity for crack versus powder cocaine is one of the clearest and starkest examples of how the criminal justice system punishes black Americans more severely than whites. This disparity basically ensures that black people would be far more likely to be incarcerated for drug offenses than their white counterparts, even when engaging in the same criminal behavior. By focusing on minor, non-violent drug offenses in black communities, law enforcement agencies have created an inflated perception of criminality that further justifies the disproportionate incarceration of black people. Of course, implicit racial bias plays a major role in the over-policing of black communities and the skewed nature of crime data. Implicit bias basically refers to the unconscious associations people make between blackness and criminality, which in turn shapes how police officers, judges...
All right. Are y'all listening, people? Are you listening, Tyrone? Are you all picking up on what we uncovered first here on this conversation continues? Are you seeing now, Brother Tyrone, Big Mississippi, your white brother is confirming what we said first. All the racist deliberate, bigoted scumbaggery of the Charlie Kirks, the Tom Meskers, the Ben Shapiros, and the grifting bunch of Candace Owens and so many others are lies. These are lies, fabrications, made up garbage. Do you understand that? Big Mississippi and all those who are watching. You understand why you should appreciate what we do, Black media? You see why it's so important to hit that like and subscribe button? Because it's free. I'm up here, we sacrifice our time and lives. It's 12:30 at night, god dang it, and I'm up there, I'm bringing it. And Tyrone, you can see I'm a man of my word. I told you I'd be ready to talk to you about this issue when you came in here starting. Because we love you, Tyrone. We really do. You're one tough customer, and you keep us inspired. Run the video, Seventh Answer.
And juries treat Black individuals. This bias is especially dangerous because it operates beneath the surface of consciousness, affecting how law enforcement officers interpret the action of African American suspects. Even when Black individuals are minding their business, which is the vast majority of the time, not engaging in any criminal activity or behavior, their mere presence is often deemed suspicious, leading to stops, searches, and arrests that wouldn't have happened in white neighborhoods. Research is clear in that white people consistently overestimate the proportion of crimes committed by Black people, which is horrifying on a societal level. Police officers are more likely to stop, search, and arrest Black individuals even when there is no evidence of wrongdoing. This implicit bias plays a role in determining whether or not an officer chooses to use deadly force, too. Police officers are far more likely to shoot unarmed Black suspects than white suspects. These biases extend beyond law enforcement and into the courtroom as well. Black defendants are more likely to be convicted than white defendants for the same crimes, and when convicted, they often receive harsher sentences. Black inmates are less likely to be granted parole than their white counterparts, even when their offenses and sentences are identical. This disparity extends to capital punishment cases as well, of course, because the problem is systemic. Black defendants are far more likely to be given a death sentence, especially if the victim is white, a continuation of slavery-era mindsets. These disparities cannot be explained by differences in criminal behavior. They are a direct result of systemic racism within the criminal justice system. Implicit bias ensures that at every level, from arrest to sentencing, Black people face harsher treatment. Back to the classroom, remember when I said that Black students are 3 times more likely to be suspended or expelled from school than white students for the same infractions? This disparity is even more pronounced for Black students with disabilities, who are punished for behaviors related to their disabilities rather than receiving the support they need. These disparities are reflective of the broader criminalization of Black children, which starts in schools and continues into adulthood. Black children are more likely to be perceived as older, more dangerous, and less innocent than their white peers, a phenomenon known as adultification bias. This bias leads to harsher punishments for Black children in schools, where they are disciplined more severely than white children for the same behaviors, which is also foundational for the school-to-prison pipeline, where Black students are punished en masse, funneled into the juvenile justice system, and eventually into the criminal justice system as adults. This perpetual surveillance in society reinforces the idea that Black children are inherently dangerous, quote-unquote. Teachers and administrators, influenced by the same biases that affect law enforcement, often treat Black students as potential criminals rather than students in need of guidance or support. Data not only shows that Black children are more likely to be referred to law enforcement for minor disciplinary issues in schools, but also over 70% of them are arrested in school in front of their friends and teachers, which is a horrific way to reinforce this systemic view. This creates a self-fulfilling prophecy where Black children internalize these labels, leading to higher dropout rates and increased interactions with the criminal justice system as they grow older. Once labeled as troublemakers or criminals, Black children face a much higher likelihood of being funneled into the juvenile justice system and eventually the adult prison system. The school-to-prison pipeline is part of a broader overall goal. Mass incarceration of Black people is mostly for the use of cheap labor. That is, they are punished with slavery. The mass incarceration of Black Americans is one of the most devastating consequences of over-policing and the school-to-prison pipeline. Today, nearly 20% of Black men in their 30s have spent time in prison. For Black boys who drop out of high school, that figure soars to 60%. This isn't because Black Americans commit more crimes, it's because the system is designed to incarcerate them at disproportionately higher rates. Mass incarceration isn't just about the sheer number of Black people in prison. It's about how the prison system profits off of their labor and keeps them from realizing a better future for themselves. In some parts of the U.S., incarceration...
Now, did you hear what he just said? Now, let's go. Now, back in 1959, Malcolm X said it best. You're not born a criminal. You're maneuvered into crime. You're steered into crime. The system is designed to maneuver young Black men into criminality. Now, Big Mississippi, and for all y'all out there who believe that lie, about 13%. Did you hear what this gentleman just said? You are targeted. We are targeted. It's designed, done deliberately, and our leaders watch it go down. And now Nathaniel, hold up, okay, wait. Big Mississippi, don't bring in Nathaniel Oligar in this. Nathaniel Ray. I know all about what Free Case Ray did. I know what he did. But this is bigger than Nathaniel All. Don't bring in the leader of IUIC. You keep moving the goalposts now. Now we bought records and statistics, and you keep moving the goalposts. But it's okay, Big Mississippi. If we don't reach you, we'll reach the others around you who may have believed the lie, and we now destroying it. That's our job.
His name ain't Mississippi no more. The white people got that back. His name is Uncle Ruckus.
Uncle Ruckus, all right, okay. Go to work, Seventh Dancer.
Black men are forced to work in conditions that are eerily similar to slavery. Angola Prison in Louisiana, for example, still forces inmates, many of whom are serving life sentences for nonviolent offenses, to pick cotton. Mass incarceration is not only a method of racial control, but also an economic engine that profits from the exploitation of Black Americans' labor under the guise of punishment and rehabilitation. Incarceration also has wide-reaching consequences that extend beyond just the prison walls. Black Americans who are incarcerated face barriers to re-entering society at every level. Criminal records prevent them from finding employment, accessing housing, or participating in civic life, such as with voting. This system of punishment, combined with post-incarceration restrictions, keeps Black Americans trapped in cycles of poverty and disenfranchisement, creating a revolving door where prison becomes an almost inevitable destination for those who have once entered the system. This is by design. Mass incarceration is not an accidental byproduct of the criminal justice system. It is a key feature. With prisons acting as economic engines, especially in rural communities, the demand for incarcerated individuals becomes a driving force for the expansion of punitive measures. By 2016, over $80 billion was being spent annually on corrections in the US, with much of this economic growth benefiting white rural areas that have room for large prisons, decimating the communities the inmates are taken from. This structural entanglement between incarceration and economic interests ensures that the system persists even as it devastates Black communities. The relationship between poverty and crime should not go unsaid. It is well known to be a vicious feedback loop, and this is especially true for Black Americans. Systemic racism in housing, employment, education, and public services has historically prevented Black Americans from accumulating wealth and escaping poverty. This has resulted in concentrated areas of poverty, often in inner city neighborhoods, where economic opportunities are scarce and crime becomes a byproduct of these conditions. African Americans are systematically discriminated against in housing opportunities, employment, pay, loans, education, and so much more. Policies like redlining and racially restrictive covenants segregated Black people into specific areas, limiting their access to wealth-building opportunities like home ownership. As a result, black neighborhoods were starved of economic investment and became hubs of poverty and neglect. Without significant job opportunities, many residents in these communities turned to informal economies or criminal activities, not out of choice, but out of necessity. Poverty is criminalized and black people are over-policed in these neglected communities, reinforcing the cycle of poverty and crime. Data shows that over-policing in these impoverished areas fuels the cycle of poverty by further stigmatizing those arrested, limiting their ability to realize their full potential, or any potential for that matter. After being incarcerated, black Americans face even more significant barriers to economic stability. Those who serve time in prison often struggle to find employment or housing, as criminal background checks disqualify them from many opportunities. Even after serving their time, formerly incarcerated black individuals continue to be punished by a system that denies them access to the tools necessary to break free from poverty. Former inmates face an unemployment rate of nearly 27%, making it exceedingly difficult to reintegrate into society and avoid returning to prison. Discriminatory housing practices like redlining have become instrumental in creating the ghettos and
Mom. Yeah. So now that this blocking them leads to what is called recidivism. That's a fancy word for they release the prisoners, but they expect them back within a year or more's time. Recidivism, repeat offenders. And we got to break this cycle, y'all. This got to stop. But now we're showing the Charlie Kirks of the world, the Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, the J.D. Vances, everybody who believed, who've been pushing that we 13% of the population but commit the most crimes in America is a whole bunch of gobbledygook lies. And thus Malcolm X said it. But before Malcolm X, Christ said it. The good Lord said it. Don't ever let your enemy tell you about you, man. Nor talk about you or spread lies about you. You shut them down. Now, let's continue on.
Impoverished areas we see today. These neighborhoods, which are deprived of basic services and are over-policed, leads to higher crime statistics, further entrenching the idea that black people are inherently more criminal, which is nonsense. The economic deprivation in these areas has been used as a justification for increasing police presence rather than addressing the root cause of crime. Stuff like poverty, lack of education, and a lack of economic opportunity. For black Americans, the deck is stacked at every level. They are systematically discouraged from building wealth and escaping poverty. And when they engage in behaviors tied to economic deprivation, they are criminalized. The prison system, rather than being a means to rehabilitate or reform, becomes a revolving door that keeps black Americans trapped in poverty and prison. This cycle perpetuates itself. Poverty leads to crime, which leads to more policing and imprisonment, which leads to more poverty, and so on. This vicious cycle ensures that the socioeconomic conditions that contribute to crime in black communities remain unaddressed, while police and prisons are continually funded and overfunded. Over-policing, poverty, mass incarceration are deeply entrenched tools of oppression in the US, but it sounds rather familiar. I wonder where we've seen similar things. Oh, I remember. There's a rather famous system of racial control similar to what I've described. The treatment of Palestinians under Israeli occupation. The over-policing, mass incarceration, and systemic racism experienced by black Americans have striking parallels with the treatments of Palestinians under Israeli military occupation. Both black Americans and Palestinians are subject to surveillance, aggressive policing, and criminalization from an early age. For Palestinians, much like black Americans, this process of criminalization begins in childhood. Israeli forces frequently arrest Palestinian children, sometimes as young as 10 years old, for alleged minor infractions. These children are often detained in military, similar to how black children in the US are funneled into the juvenile justice system and later into the adult prison system. It generally boggles the mind how similar these systems are. Both black Americans and Palestinians live under constant surveillance, are treated as dangerous threats simply because of their racial or ethnic identity. In both cases, the state justifies its repressive policies by framing these populations as inherently violent, criminal, and in need of strict control. The methods used to control these populations, aggressive policing, mass incarceration, and surveillance, serve to dehumanize them and maintain the status quo of oppression. The cherry on top, U.S. police are trained by Israel in this same techniques they use against the indigenous population of
In World War II, this country could use its news media to propagandize and make the whole American public love the Russians and the Chinese and hate the Germans and the Japanese. And then after the war, they changed it and made the American public love the Germans and love the Japanese, hate the Russians and hate the Chinese, which shows that they can make the American public love whom they will and hate whom they will.
In the US, local newscasts tend to tell the same story. Black faces equal crime stories. The same entire narrative. Black people, but black men in particular, are the face of crime plastered all over screens, while white criminals remain conveniently hidden or downplayed. And if you, like a lot of Americans, only get your information from these newscasts, you'd also believe a racist narrative that portrays black people as criminals to the point of caricature. Even when it comes to showing potential offenders, black men are shown with a mugshot. White men, on the other hand, are shown with cutesy family photos. But the real numbers don't lie and tell a vastly different story. 2/3 of street crime arrests are of white people, which makes sense because white people are most of the population. But you wouldn't know that from the way the US media reports on crime. It's not just that black crime is overrepresented, the concept and image of blackness have been fused with the idea of criminality. One can limply try to claim that it's some kind of accident, even a harmful accident born of implicit bias, and while that is possible, there's nothing neutral about this. It is deliberate. Black men are turned into villains day after day, and it's impossible to separate these images from the way they end up being perceived. This is a process that begins with the genocide of Native Americans and continues to this day, turning the other into an internal enemy to always distract you from the real central issue of the United States and everywhere else, the principal contradiction: class. What you see on the screen isn't a reflection of reality. It's a carefully curated image designed to keep white audiences feeling safe and superior so they don't question why real wages are stagnant, yet corporations run their country and their bosses own several yachts. This becomes even more glaring when you look at how the media portrays white crime, when it does decide to report on it. White people are almost exclusively portrayed as white-collar criminals, and the effects of white-collar crime are significant, but they don't imply that. White-collar crime siphons off between $300 and $600 billion annually through corporate fraud, embezzlement, and healthcare scams. These crimes destroy lives, bankrupt families, and destabilize entire communities, yet the perpetrators, white, wealthy, and powerful usually, are rarely held accountable and therefore operate in plain sight. The best and most recent example is the destructive power of the 2008 financial crash and the media's fixation on black street crime instead, which helped distract everyone from the fact that the very powerful people responsible for the crash faced absolutely no consequences. In fact, in some ways, they were rewarded for it. So yes, it turns out that the 1350% meme is a bullshit statistic completely without foundation. That hasn't stopped those in power from using it as a weapon wielded to uphold white supremacy and make it a crime to simply be black. This power play, or deliberate distortion, whatever you want to call it, is used to justify over-policing and mass incarceration with all the intensity of an invading army. Browns, brought together under violent and obscene circumstances, created a culture in opposition to their oppressors that continues to sustain them to this day. I can only hope that one day they see true emancipation from this oppression, as do their brothers and sisters in Palestine. If you're interested in further reading, then read The New Jim Crow by Michelle Alexander for a deeper dive. Back to our exciting announcement. You can now find my content on Means TV. If you're not familiar with Means TV, they're an explicitly anti-capitalist
We're back. Now, as you can see, the lies. It's a lie, y'all. It's a lie. But we're not finished. Two more videos, and then we're gonna close out. Now, that was from your white brother Tyrone. And you didn't listen to one sentence as he broke it down. You still stuck on the black on black crime and what we do to each other. Karima, if you can find the lecture, Michael Harriot, or if not, there's a young brother, whatever, either one. They're on the last tail end of what I sent you. But if we don't reach you, Brother Tyrone, all y'all who did believe that lie, you can now rest your heads knowing the truth. As brought to you by the Lord in Christ.
How's it feel, man? Yeah, I'm good.
So here we go.
Feel surrounded by all these color folks. Feels good enough? Come get it. Come get it. I don't know if it's good. You feel comfortable. You don't feel like the lady behind you about to reach into your pocket. All right, I'm just curious. How you doing? You so pretty, you almost look white. Oh, look at that pretty white woman. Excuse me, African American. I gotta talk to this pretty white woman behind you here. Hello, pretty white lady. How you doing?
Great. How are you?
Let me ask you something. I've never had an opportunity to ask this.
Okay.
How does it feel being beautiful and white like you are? So anyway, do you feel comfortable sitting over here with these?
Yeah. I mean, I wish I was beautiful.
Be nice.
Look, she probably just being kind. You know how white people are very, very kind. Good to see a white
Why you gotta be
need a
mean?
big tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang 'em up high at sundown. Leave 'em tall tree and a short piece of rope. Tall tree and a short piece of rope. Tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang 'em up high at tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang 'em up high at sundown. Leave 'em swing so the folks all know you don't mess around on town.
Damn.
We need a big tall tree and a short piece of rope. Hang 'em up high at sundown. Leave 'em swinging so the folks all know you don't mess around in our town.
Oh. Whoa. Okay. Okay, you know what? How about this? I think we've given enough. All right? Because it's about the... but I'm just hyped. I just need one more video, Karima. Just one more. I don't mean to be greedy, but I just want to... But you know, I tell you what. The conversation will continue. We've given more than enough. And Tyrone, I see you're hopeless. It's all right. Wait. What do we have here? Let's run it, Karima.
This is a statement I have been hearing my entire life. And I want to say this first and foremost. It is not real. Now, without context, it might seem like a true statement. But if black on black crime exists, so does white on white crime. Mexican crime. Better yet, Mexico has an extremely high murder rate. We never hear Mexican on Mexican crime. Better yet, let's just use America. My mother used to binge watch true crime TV shows. And guess who most of the victim and murderer was? White people. Let's go to Japan. You'll never hear Asian on Asian crime, even though they're the ones committing murder or crime towards each other. See, crime has nothing to do with race or ethnicity. It is simply proximity based. And to keep it 100, society is pretty much segregated. White people who live near white people, black people who live near black people, Hispanics live near Hispanics, etc. And another factor that people really breeds crime. Now let's bring up statistics because y'all love using these. We got 3 FBI crime stats from 2017, 2018, and 2019. So in 2017, white people accounted for 80% of other white murders. In 2018, it was 80.75%, and in 2019, it was 78.62%. Now here's the black stats. From 2017 to 2019, it was consistent at about 88%. And just by me comparing the two, yes, black murders are higher, but white on white crime is real too. And I can say this honestly as a young black man, we do need to do better. But the problem is always the cherry picking. It's so easy to throw one group of people under the bus and blame them for all of the problems. And this is where the false stats and racism comes into play.
Say there was 100 chimpanzees and 13 of those chimpanzees were causing 60% of the issues in the chimp community. What should we do with those 13 chimpanzees?
Well, anytime an animal acts like that, we usually euthanize them. But I guess if you didn't want to euthanize them, I would say you should probably send them back to the jungle, because an animal like that can't be tamed and is wild shouldn't be living around other animals that have been domesticated. They should probably just be put back in the wild where they belong.
I debunk this every single video. 1350. Black people are 13% of the population but commit 50% of the crimes. It's false. They're getting their stats from the FBI 2019 crime in the United States. And if they actually did the proper research, you would see that it says total arrests. So yes, black people make up 50% of total arrests. But guess what? As you can see, black people make up 53% of people exonerated, bro. This is crazy. And if you don't know what exonerated means, it means the action of officially absolving someone from blame, aka not guilty. You want to know what we can talk about though? Drugs, overdosing. So right here we have total drug overdose deaths by race and ethnicity. And this is for 2019. 50,000 were white, 10,000 were black. In 2020, 62,000 were white, 15,000 were black. In 2021, 70,000 were white, 19,000 were black. 2022, 67,000 were white, 20,000 were black. And in 2023, 63,000 were white and 21,000 were black. And let's bring up another statistic. 82%.
Hey. Now, Tyrone, are you hearing this? Huh? If you didn't believe our statistics, now we have another voice, other voices that we're bringing in to reinforce, not that we need validation, but do you hear what this young man who took up the mantle of responsibility, he too is using the same statistic that I brought in, along with 7th Answer? Do you hear? Tyrone, do you hear? I hope you do. And if you don't, I hope that others around are hearing the truth. Okay? But still, Big Mississippi, no, Brother Ty, you can't say we didn't keep our word that we were going to talk to you. Run the video, Karima, and we're going to close out.
Of American serial killers are white, 15% were black, and 2.5% were Hispanic. Now, the only reason people bring up black on black crime is to make it seem like black people are so violent. I'm about to say something very ignorant, but please don't take me out of context. Most of the black on black crime is warranted. These people are kind of at war with each other. Most of these deaths aren't innocent people. They in the streets and they know what comes with it.
Bro, you know what's so crazy? I wake up every single day, and before I leave the house and go anywhere in public, I load up my firearm for black people. Not saying that no other race won't do nothing or no shit like that, but ultimately, bro, I'm not worrying about a white nigga or a Mexican nigga when I go out in public. I'm worried about niggas, bro. Like, you might walk into a store and the nigga might look at you the wrong way, and now y'all niggas beefing just because this nigga looked at you the wrong type of way. Like, this shit is crazy as hell. Like, think about this shit, bro. Like, I can go somewhere and a white person will speak to you like, hey, how you doing? But you go anywhere and see a group of niggas, it like you automatically got to get on 10. Like, niggas damn, they don't want to speak or none of this shit. Like, bro, this shit is crazy as fuck. What the fuck is wrong with us, bro? Like, this shit need to stop.
This is fact, man, and it's extremely sad. I will say this, though. Everything stems from slavery. I'm sorry. I got to bring it up. The Willie Lynch letter. Google says that this is fake, man, but that because it applies to the modern day.
And Willie Lynch's How to Make a Slave, Willie Lynch clearly states, make the light hate the dark, make the old hate the young, turn the women against the men, break the families, control the minds, and you will never need chains again. This is Willie Lynch's method on how to keep a slave mentally. See, what he is saying is we don't need chains anymore. As long as we can control them mentally, as long as we can disfranchise them, as long as we can turn them against one another, they will always be slaves. That was in 1712.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
"300 years later, and we're still doing the same things to one another. When do we stop being slaves and break the Willie Lynch method?"
Literally everything that brother just read off is a tactic that is used in today's society. Put the light against the dark. Colorism is so bad in the black community. Dark skins tearing down light skins tearing down dark skins. Then you got the old versus the young. The newer generations don't want to listen to the older generations, and the older generations don't see where the newer generations coming from. Then you got put the man and woman against each other. That's probably like the worst thing in the black community. A lot of women feel like they don't need a man, and then a lot of time the black man don't know how to treat the woman properly. It's so messed up, bro, and it's psychological warfare. We literally have invisible chains on us as black people, bro. We got to get over this. Now, to touch back on black crime, I just understand where a lot of these brothers are coming from. Being in poverty makes you do some crazy things, and in my opinion, the projects in general is an experiment.
If you think the projects were built to give people a better life, you've been lied to. They packed thousands of people in one area with limited jobs, bad schools, and no resources. That creates poverty, and poverty creates crime. It's almost like they set that bitch up. They put people in the box and watch them fight to survive. While all this is going on, the outside world points at them and says, see, they're violent, they're criminals, but they don't look at the person who created these conditions in the first place. But here's the thing, the system benefits from all this shit. It keeps everything in place, and if one generation doesn't escape, the next one is already set up to repeat the same story. I feel like they call that bitch the projects because it's a human experiment to see how families survive in poverty.
I'm telling you, bro, if you could just sit down and actually critical think for a minute, bro, it adds up and it makes sense. What you got to understand is the government and these higher powers are never trying to do anything to actually help us. That's why I'm so against Christianity. That was the thing they gave us. And I can guarantee you they never had our best interest. And once you go down this rabbit hole, man, and you just start putting things together, connecting dots, things start clicking.
One time, 2 weeks ago, I was like stoned and I woke up at 2 a.m, still stoned. And I heard that dog barking, and the way it barking, it just sounded exactly the same pitch every time, like. And I got really creeped out because I started to feel like, what if the dog barking is a government experiment, and it's really just someone playing a dog barking over a loudspeaker as a form of like terrorizing low-income neighborhoods so that we can't have peace. Like, this is literally how I was thinking. And I swear, I bet you that is real.
Bro, this blew my mind because it's like, it makes sense. This is like a staple in the hood. Hearing dogs barking, especially at night. Sound and loud noise in particular does have an effect on your mood. It's literally documented that the CIA did plant drugs into black neighborhoods. So theories like this may in fact be true. Hopefully I broke down everything for y'all. I tried my best to break everything down in a fast-paced, digestible manner, man. I really want all my people to be equipped on these type of debates. And don't just go off what I tell you. When you're done with this video, look into these things. Tell me if I missed something and, critique me as well. But I'm about to head up out of here, man. I want y'all to do me a favor. Check out my last video. I didn't do as well, man. It was something different. I was just talking about Tupac, and I want to do other historical black figures, man. So yeah, I love y'all though.
In a world where you've constantly been told what you can't do.
With that being, and now, we now come to the conclusion. It is 1 o'clock here where I'm at. And as you can see, tonight, we did not deprive nor cheat you. We treated you all to a well put together conversation.
We got one more we got to end it with real quick. Hold on.
Okay. No problem, Seventh Answer. I'm down. But while she's queuing up the video, as we prepare to come in for the landing, you have been thoroughly enjoying a conversation. Tick, 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 the clock is ticking. Be sober and be vigilant and be aware of what's going on around you all. At the start and end of every day is going to be your spiritual, intellectual, and emotional responsibility to check out everything for yourself, including the information that we bring you. But let me stop for a second and let's close it out with this video.
Serious. I usually don't do this, but you can't be serious. I usually don't do this, but I feel like I got to, because if anybody gonna talk about it, you better be damn sure I am. Another black man hung? I heard exactly what I said. Another black man just got hung. And once again, the police are saying self-deletion. What is this world coming to? I mean, less than 48 hours. That's not even enough time to do an investigation. They ruling a suicide again. Like they trying to normalize this happening. And once again, there's no media coverage. My name is Kim. I do motivational content on TikTok, but I gotta talk about this story. Avon Maurice Given, 30 years old. He left Kansas City to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Just wanted a fresh start. He got a new job, just wanted some new hope. He was found hanging in the woods just 48 hours later from leaving, and immediately they ruled it a self-deletion. And we gotta make this make sense. The family already came out and said there's no possible way. A man who wants a fresh start as soon as he leaves, he unalives himself? Come on, we gotta make this make sense. Telling me that's the story they want us to swallow and let it be? It showed up on my timeline, so you baby damn sure I'm gonna talk about it. Because it's not getting enough news coverage. And last time I checked, we are the ones that make people get held accountable. Because when we speak on it, it gets shared. We got no choice but to do something about it. His family is saying that he was not suicidal. He had a new job. He just wanted to go to a new place. There's not a lot of details about this story, but it is happening. Who's possibly gonna give a voice to people who feel like they ain't got none? Chemo told you. So all I'm asking you to do is to share it, because Javon's case is not isolated. Let's be honest, in 2025.
Okay, that's a preview of another story that I was already up on, but I'm glad you gave the preview. So in our next conversation, we'll be covering it. We hope that you've enjoyed this flight as we now come in for a landing on runway 11. We hope that this spiritual transformation and information that we're giving you will keep you inspired. And as we close out, we give an honor to the Lord in Christ, from whom all positive thoughts flow. We urge you out there to make sure that you check things out for yourself at all times. And don't worry, we'll be back as the conversation will continue. And we, again, are your host, the Seventh Answer, Lady Karima, along with me, Brother Malachi, Big Baby Hebrew. We'll be back, along most notably with JT Raw, who's been on hiatus. But in the spirit of Don Kaniz on the Hebrew tip, we're going to say to you all, Shalom, peace, Ahab, love, and Napash. Be patient and guard your soul. And we are up out of here, y'all.
Okay, I'm gonna play the songs that I just created. I created
Okay,
this.
sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
The prophetess. Deborah, the prophetess. Did you know Deborah was a judge of Israel, a warrior, and a strong leader? She led the Israelites to victory against the Canaanites. A prophetess, a leader, her legacy supreme. She stood strong, guided her people with true leadership. In a time of doubt and fear, with a message so clear. Judges 4:6-7, and Deborah sent in Barak, the son of Abinoam, out of Kadesh Naphtali, and said unto him, hath not the Lord God of Israel commanded, saying, go and draw toward Mount Tabor, and take with thee 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Zebulun. So when you look at leadership, it's a beautiful design. God's plan, a dual, male and female aligned, working together, hand in hand, executing God's plan with purpose and command. As co-creators, stewards of the lands, reflecting God's image in every rebirth. United in every chapter of life with a shared vision. Together they achieve with precision and decision. Did you know? Genesis 2:24, therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. A woman's voice with a powerful message that empowers the most high children's, making moves with the hand that's dealt. It's a powerful choice. She was never just created for herself, a divine individual, unlike anything else, with Adam's help. So when you look at leadership, it's a beautiful design. God planned a duo, male and female aligned. Judge and know, Deborah, you know. Judge and know, judge and know. Judge and know, judge and know. So when you look at leadership, then Deborah sent and called Barak, the son of Abinoam, out of Kadesh Naphtali. Yeah. It said unto him, hath not the Lord God of Israel commanded, saying, go and draw towards Mount Tabor, and take with thee 10,000 men of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Naphtali, and of the children of Naphtali. So when you look at leadership, it's a beautiful design. God's plan, a duo, male and female aligned, working together hand in hand, executing God's plan with purpose and command. As co-creators, stewards of the lands, reflecting God's image in every rebirth, united in every chapter of life with a shared vision. Together they achieve with precision and decision. Did you know? Genesis 2:24, therefore shall a man leave his father and his mother, and shall cleave unto his wife, and they shall be one flesh. A woman's voice with a powerful message that empowers the most high children's, making moves with the hand that's dealt. It's a powerful choice. She was never just created for herself, a divine individual, unlike anything else, with Adam's help. With Adam's help. Deborah, the prophetess.
Absolutely beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful.
Deborah, the prophetess. Did you know Deborah was a judge of Israel, a warrior and a strong leader? She led the Israelites to victory against the Canaanites.
Yeah, I did 4 songs. So if you go there, you're gonna see 4 different versions. But yeah.
And again, absolutely beautiful. Seventh Dancer. I love them. The imagery, everything is beautiful. And so, again, we say to you all, I'm tired, I'm falling asleep. Shalom, peace. Ahab, love. And the posh soul. And good night to you all. I'm out. Or we're out.